Okay, so over the last couple of sessions, you worked your way through taking everyone out from the Scarlett Hook in Velestad. So you took out Gralmar Thornshield, the dwarf blacksmith, Gurok the dim, the orc enforcer. There was Galen Strong, the Goliath, and Devlin the accuser. So once you'd taken all them out, you headed back to Luther Hadrin, who was the red-skinned elf that gave you the task so he could take over the city and make his own organisation. You spoke to him. He informed you of the route that Bardock Bloodfist was taking towards Morning Gate. And he also explained that you'd be passing by the city of the Ruinous Storm, which a couple of you know of being a very, very dangerous and nasty place. There's two routes, north and east, to go around it, because going through normally means certain death. He also gave you your magical items that he promised. So you've got the leathers of the blood letter and the torch mace. He said you're welcome back in the city whenever. You're under his protection when he's in the city. He is renouncing the Scarlett Hook, and he's making his own organisation to basically still do nefarious deeds, but not child and kind of human trafficking like the original gang did. He sent you on your way. He left the compound and realised it's now the dead of winter. So you've been staying in the city for a week, so you've got comfy. But now knowing that it's about 2 weeks travel to Morning Gate, you know that you need some proper camping gear. So you headed to the survival shop, and you managed to get a couple of decent tents, fur tents, not leather tents, and travelling gear, and you got enough rations. You then headed back to the inn for an evening of drinking and eating, and waited till the next morning, and then you headed out. Heading to the east, you took the east gate out of Velestad Pass, and you travelled for 1 day. Didn't really see a lot. The first evening, there was nothing that happened during the night, and the second day, you saw a patrol of the Righteous Brand, who are the religious fanatics that hate everything to do with magic, and you saw that they had a skeleton on a banner and on a standard, and behind, at the back of this column, there was a flayed man, and the skin of a flayed man, should I say, and they looked like they were headed to Velestad Pass. You ignored them, headed further down the road, and decided to make camp on a night. Kouri took the first watch, rolled a natural 1, luckily didn't see anything, and then Aughan took the second watch, and Aughan drifted off a little bit and fell asleep, and he was visited by his god in his dream. His god beckoned him into a small wooded clearing and challenged him to a fight. So the great white wolf Thraine fought Aughan, and it was a very close fight. I think there was 9 health points in it in the end, and Aughan managed to take him down. And quite confused and dazed, Aughan woke up back in the campsite, and noticed a glint of silver in the distance just past the tree line. Venturing over there, you got to this glinting bit of silver, and it seemed to be a longsword sticking out of the ground, with a wolf's head guard, beautiful polished blade, looks brand new. Picking it up and testing it, it feels like no weapon he's ever wielded before. And then you headed back to the camp, and that's where we'll pick up from where we left off. So that was the last thing that we did. So that was done. Nice one. Okay, so is there anything you want to do, Aughan, before you finish your watch and then wake up on the morning and wake everyone else up?
I'm going to stow my new sword away somewhere hidden. Probably like in my bedroll or something like that.
Yeah, you'd be able to find enough material to cover it up. It's not an overly large sword. It is a long sword, so it can be used two-handed to increase the damage a little bit to a D10 instead of a D8. Yeah, it's nothing. It's not like a great sword. It's your axe is probably a little bit bigger. But yeah, you find some leathers and some furs, and you manage to wrap it up, and it looks like it's. No one would think anything of it other than being a bedroll.
For anyone outside the Black Country, that is a long sword, not a sword specifically for lungs.
Shut up, James.
It's okay, British.
It's for stabbing people in the lungs. Okay, that's literally what it's made for. Okay, so you finish your watch. Just as the sun starts to creep over the horizon, you feel revitalised. You've all had a long rest, so if you did need to boost your hit points and whatnot up, I don't think anyone does, but if you do,
hang on, do my hit points in the dream count, or have I still got?
No, you if you'd have lost, there'd have been a different outcome.
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. All right then. So, so everyone starts to wake up around the camp. So, Lana, Kouri, and Astus just stirring from their sleep, and we've lost James.
I'm sure he'd be back in a sec.
Yeah. He has disappeared.
So,
okay, fine.
So I'd say Lana wakes up and she's like, I want some food. Make me some food. And she kind of crawls over to the fire, and you see her starting to spark the flames back up to a proper roaring fire, ready for cooking. It's not snowing currently, but it's cold still. There's fresh snow all around, and it is deathly cold. Once again, middle of winter. So at this point, it's very early in the morning. You're looking at maybe 6 o'clock, give or take. So I'm done. What do you want to
do? Okay, while she's starting to cook things, I'll start taking down camp so we can get an early travel.
Okay. So with the 2 tents, make sure the campfire is kind of put out properly. Take you good nearly an hour to do all that, because it's not a small campsite by any means.
I'm going to help him, but I'm going to stand inside the canvas and take down the poles. So, because I'm intensely focused, it's going to take less time.
Okay. I'll say it takes you about 40 minutes or so to take the to take the whole tent down.
I feel like I wasted a pun there. I'm not going to lie.
We clocked the pun. It just wasn't funny.
Well, I didn't get it, but I'm a bit thick. So, so yes, you take down the tents. Astus, you're considerably warmer than everyone else because you're still inside the tents as you take them down. But did you bring your horses with you and leave the cart on the side of the road? Or?
Yeah, the horses are. No, we've got the horses with us, but the cart's inside the road. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to take Astus aside once he's out of his tent.
Okay.
But I was intensely cozy.
Don't fucking do it again.
That was not worth it.
I still went through all of the poles. I'm now in intense pain.
Intense pain.
Oh my god.
I'll stop now. I promise. I stop.
It's a lie. It's a lie. He did that with intent.
Oh,
maybe I can canvass opinion.
Honestly, this situation's getting a bit intense. All right, can we just go?
Right, yeah. So I'm going to take Astus aside.
Okay.
And I'm going to pause the video.
for that situation being that one.
Brandon,
Well.
if you're into necrophilia, bestiality, and sadism, you are flogging a dead horse.
Very clever.
Right, so
You're beating that dead horse, you motherfucker.
No swearing. Shocking.
This is a Christian fucking dungeon, okay?
This is a Christian fucking
Oh, then, where's sadist?
No, let's go.
okay, so yeah, I'm going to turn around to Astus and say, Astus, can you come and have a look at something for me?
Look, you've already showed me your penis. I mean, it is impressive, but it's not really propensal to your size.
Well, this might actually be a bit more impressive if that's.
Well, okay then. All right, let's have a look.
I'm going to take him to the side and just unravel my new sword and say, I had a weird dream last night, and then when I woke up, I found this in the woods.
Okay, so in front of you, you see
Penis.
it looks freshly made penis. You see a freshly made longsword. It's a little bit unwieldy for a dwarf with the sort like the length of it, but it seems to be made of some kind of silver or at least an alloy of silver. The craftsmanship on the guards and pommel are like top level, kind of probably even above your level of kind of knowledge. So maybe like a grandsmith in Asmarin might have made it. And it's definitely magical. There's definitely something magical.
So I'm going to clock that immediately, and I'm just going to put my hands on you. I'm just going to clasp you and just, I don't know, I don't have detect magic, but I'm just going to like see if I can feel any, DM, is there a way I can feel any like, is there any divine sense I can use like a religion check to see whether he's been touched by gods?
Yeah, make a religion check.
Okay, so I go into here. Sorry for anyone, this is our first time streaming, so it's a 1d20 plus religion plus a whole 1. This is going to be great.
Imagine if you could pray to Jesus
That
so
is
hard you could
a
just throw light
natural
bolts.
20. There you go.
But a cleric than mine.
19 plus 1. There you go.
Okay, yeah. There's a certain, as you kind of concentrate a little bit and you open your eyes and look at him, there is some kind of like residue to a certain extent of some kind of divine power. You don't necessarily recognise it as like a familiar god to yourself, but you do. There's something there that you're like, yeah, this isn't just a sword kind of thing. This isn't just something someone lost in the woods. This is something about
Aughan, someone touched you last night and I can feel the remnants. You've been truly blessed. Let me have a look at this sword then. And I'll cast Identify on the sword for him.
Okay. So, you know that the sword, it's a +1 to attack and +1 to melee damage. It's a long sword, so it can be used as 1d8 or 1d10. And it can also summon 2 dire wolves to the wielder's side during sundown. And yeah, there's no point me reading the rest of it because that's for you. But yeah, so it's called the Twins Call. This sword is because with the Identify spell, you can if the sword is named, you can you know its name. So it's called the Twins Call, and it can summon a couple of dire wolves for the wielder.
Aughan, you've been truly blessed by this gift. And I know it's come from a god I don't understand, but a god which knows you exist. And you should use it wisely. And I'm bloody proud of you, brother.
Well, I had to fight for it. I mean, literally fight for it.
Well, you haven't, though, because we've all been here all night and you haven't gone anywhere. So I'm not.
You do notice that he's completely untouched as well. So if he did have to fight for it, he hasn't got any wounds on him or anything.
Are you saying fighting in the metaphorical sense, mate?
I don't know. I don't know how to
know
explain
what
it. I kind of I drifted off, and then I had a fight with a massive white wolf. And trust me, I could feel it. And then I woke up and it's like I've not been touched.
Well, hang on. So, I'd reckon with my background, it'd be like, if he genuinely feels he believes it, and this sword turns up, I'm going to believe him straight off.
Yeah. I mean, you've heard of the gods literally making a presence known, and you've normally heard of like it's more so like visions, and you've been told a message. This actually fighting an avatar of a god, that's a little bit maybe above your pay grade, and you're like, okay, this is weird, but you wouldn't put it past a god to do that.
Well, brother, you've been truly blessed, and let's use that. You must have been gifted that because we're on the right path. Let's keep going and see where it ends. I'm with you, but I'm by your side through this. Let's go.
I mean, I feel much better about what we're doing now.
You want that shield we were talking about the other day?
I've got a shield.
No, you're already carrying it.
I have got a shield.
Oh, no.
I forgot to mention that.
Kouri's got the fell iron shield. Aughan's got just a standard wooden buckler.
Okay. No, don't mind about me. I'm just checking you've got your little dustbin lid. That's all right.
Piece of
Well,
paper
should we have some breakfast and crack on then?
Yeah. So you.
Do I say, Aughan? Do you? I won't tell anyone. I'll leave it to you to tell the others. All right.
Yeah, that's why I took you aside. I don't know quite how I feel about what happened last night, but if you say I've been blessed, then I mean,
I guarantee you've been blessed, brother. Like usually when a god visits you in the night, they don't leave you with a weapon. They leave you with a sore bum and regret.
And that's from experience.
right, let's get some grub.
Okay, so we'll fast track this bit. So you sit down and you see Kouri and Lana are kind of putting a couple of the rations and whatnot onto a battered looking frying pan, and the waft of kind of freshly cooked food hits your nose, and you're like, yummy. I'll say you eat up and you head back to the road to find the cart. Seems untouched. There is a layer of frost on it, so you might want to get some de-icer on there. But yeah, it looks to be untouched throughout the night, and the road lays ahead of you. So, what do you want to just crack on?
Before we sort of get on the travel, I will ignite my mace in order to cause a bit of flame for heat or transport.
Okay, so you hold the metal cage on the end of a metal rod out, and a small kind of spark happens right in the centre of the cage, and then suddenly, as a decent blaze comes from the inside of this torch. So you're 2 days on now. You've got another 3 days, 2 days ish, 2.5 days until you get to the Great River. So,
And we're heading west.
yeah. You're heading west. Yeah. So the road that you're currently on, it's kind of northwest, and then as you're kind of continuing through the frozen fields and stuff like that, once again you don't see any peasantry around. It looks like at this point people have like kind of battened down the hatches and they're kind of starting to live out the winter. It banks round to the west. The road does, and then on the horizon, a relatively a good half a day's travel, you do see structures in the distance. It's about. So I'd say if you get to that point, it's about midday. So you get to this structure, or these structures, sorry, coming towards the evening, and they're on the same road that you're continuing on.
Okay, so on the map,
Yep.
where there's the big river,
Yep.
are we heading towards that little, what looks like a lake that comes off the river? So
You see, straight up from Velestad, and then to the right, there's a little black dot.
yes.
That's the structures you can see in the distance.
Oh, so we're heading northeast.
No, you're heading northwest. Good night, buddy. Love you.
Oh yeah, because east and west is.
Yeah. Hang on a sec. Pause because of the child is here.
Okay. Okay.
Interrupted by kid off the bat. Hoorah!
Continue.
Who would have?
Okay, so you know where you're going now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so that little dot on the map seems to be some kind of small settlement that you're about half a day's travel to. You'll get there towards late afternoon, evening, at a guess. So, why did you ask originally where you were on the map?
I just wanted to know roughly where we were.
Okay, so yeah. Do you want to just crack on to this cluster of buildings?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you all make a perception check? Looking at Zoom now, it currently just looks like me and Jim are playing. No one else is.
Right, that's gonna be a 15 for me.
Here, but logic, bruh.
Right.
That's a 19 for me.
Bad. Okay, I'll just take your twos then. I'll say Astus has kind of dozed off at lunchtime. So travelling over, you do see some wildlife around. Once again, you see a couple of stags. No, sorry, you see a stag, a couple of deer, and look like their children running across about half a mile off the path, quite a while away. Travelling for a little bit further, you see what looks like they could be possibly pigs or wild boar off to the other side of the road. Once again, a decent distance away, and they seem to be truffling. They seem to be rooting through the floor for food. But once again, you don't see any humans or elves or anything. You don't see any people around. As you get closer to this cluster of buildings, you do see someone coming with a laden cart that looks like it's got quite a few supplies on the back. And you see that it looks to be a man and his family, so his wife, and it looks like two children. And they kind of greet you as they go past, and like, "Oh, hello there, hello." And looking at the back of the wagon, they've got hay bales on there. Looks like they've got a few sacks that might be grain or something like that. And it looks like they've got like camping equipment strapped to the side of the wagon, and they're heading towards Velestad. So okay. So as it comes to late afternoon, you head down quite a steep hill, and at the bottom of this hill, there's a cluster of buildings. They all look to be wooden buildings, quite primitive. But you do see farming equipment dotted around. And you do see that there's a hunter's hut that's a few hundred meters away from the rest of the cluster of buildings. And you see that there's one large main hall, similar to when you went to Amberfields. It's a similar size settlement, so it's not massive. A cluster of a dozen buildings. And as you head closer, you do start seeing that there are people on the streets and people that are up ladders and that seem to be repairing burn marks and scorch marks and general damage to the structures. And it does look like nearly every structure that you can see has got some kind of damage, whether it be windows put in, doors ripped off hinges, damage to roofing. Can you make another perception check if you're entering the village?
Oh, that's not great. That's a 4 for me.
That's nat 1.
Oh dear. Okay, so God, why do you roll badly when you need to roll well?
I always roll natural ones in perception.
Oh no.
I'm blind.
Where's Astus gone?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Can I roll advantage for him?
You know what? I'm going to roll for him because he's gone.
I got the 3D little thing going, so that's neat. I didn't know you could do that.
3D dice is awful. It works like a shite.
Oh, I see. I should turn that off then, huh?
Well, no. I roll it on the thing. It's just you're gonna get bad rolls.
Oh yeah, there's notoriously awful rolls on roll 20.
This is
Yeah,
where
I'm doing my own rolls.
Okay, I might pick up some dice to actually do my ultra rolls.
Astus got awful as well. So, walking through the village, you see that that there seems to be people on crutches. You see that there are a few people that that have got like bruised faces and dried blood around their mouth and stuff like that. And as you pass the main hall, the doors are wide open. You don't really hear anything from inside. You do get a couple of kind of side glances, and a couple of people look like they run into their houses and shut the doors behind them. They look like they're spooked by having strangers in the town. But at this point, it's getting to late afternoon now, and the wind has picked up, and it seems to be getting colder.
So it looks like this village has been attacked.
You can probably presume that, yeah, from the damage on the buildings and the people that look like they've had the shit kicked out of them. Yeah, it's a pretty safe shore that they've been attacked by someone.
Now, not long ago, didn't we pass those religious bastards?
Yeah, you passed the patrol of the.
And they were coming from this direction.
They were.
Okay. Should we wait for James?
Yeah, that's fine by me.
You can move forward.
Okay. Fuck real world, we're playing D&D. So, Astus, you and the group have just walked into a small settlement similar to the size of Amberfield. That seems to have been attacked. It's got most of the houses look like they've got scorch marks or burn marks on it. The people look like they've kind of been through some shit. And there's like a main like kind of great hall, like community hall, similar to Amberfield, that has got the doors wide open. So that's where we left off. So what do you want to do? Jim was waiting for you.
I would like to.
Also, I've just pointed out the fact that we crossed those religious bastards on the road, and they were coming from this direction.
Yeah, sure. So I've got it prepared. I would like to cast detect magic, which will last maybe 10 minutes, and then whilst we walk around the town.
Walking around the town, you don't pick up anything at all. Not even like the residue of old magic. Tell a lie. No, you do pick up a slight emanating presence of magic in the Great Hall, but you can't pinprick it. But the rest of the place, nothing at all.
Bollocks. There goes my play. So what does it look like? Does it look like there's been a scuffle, like a proper?
Looking round, it seems the one thing you can probably relate it to is how Briar Green looked after the fight. So quite a lot of the buildings are damaged, and the people have got bruises. A couple of them are on crutches. They look pretty beaten up.
So I'll go and do the cleric thing and go and look after the locals using my lowest level spell slots to help them.
Okay.
But I'd like to talk to them ask them what happened. And I'd like to be accompanied in doing this by one of my larger brothers.
I'll accompany you.
So I can focus on the healing whilst they're focusing on...
Just out of curiosity, so you say it's similar to the way Briar Green was. Would I have noticed that when I were entering the town?
Yeah, the one thing you can link it to was the how the reckless kind of just damage of property has happened from Bridery, and it looks very similar.
Right, because I know this has not been clarified at all at any point. I'm going to make sure my bandana is removed,
Okay.
seeing the damage, and I'll also sort of point out to the others, be like, it may not be best to wear the red. Lose it a bit.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Walking round, who are you taking with you? I know you said one of them, but which one?
Oh, I don't mind. Whichever one of those two comes up.
I'll go with him.
Okay.
We'll have small talk of Lana.
Okay, so as Aughan and Astus are kind of walking around, as you go to approach people, you see a woman maybe in her early 30s. She's got quite a severe cut on her lip, and it looks like there's dry blood down her face, and it looks like one side of her face was beaten quite badly. And as you walk towards her, she's she looks like she's emptying a bucket of swill, and she looks up and she screams. She's like, "Oh God!" And she backs up and she goes to walk away from you, seeing the massive Goliath that's standing behind you.
Do not fear, my friend. He's purely here to protect us. You are in no harm. I promise on the name of my lord that you will face no harm from us.
Make a persuasion check for me.
Oh, okay, sure.
She looks genuinely terrified.
Shit, what did I do there? That wasn't what was. No, that was throw. It's okay. So I roll a d20.
Lord Faye looks at mine, that one from the previous roll, and you shat yourself.
Yeah, that's exactly. All right, persuasion. So that's a 8 plus -1, so it's a 7. Yeah.
Okay. And that she goes, no, I've got nothing to say. I've got nothing to say. And she backs off, and she kind of does like when people walk across a road and they do the fast walk. She starts doing that towards like a little hovel that looks like it might be a home.
I think you're scared of Masters.
I mean, have you seen this? I don't think so, mate. It might be that towering bastard behind me. But, Mom, if I may, look, just hang back in a moment, Aughan. So, Mom, we're here to help. How can I help you in your household?
I don't think she's your mom. She don't look like your mom.
I said, Mom. It might not happen in your tribe, but anyway, just fuck off. I say, Mom, do you have anyone hurt in your household? I could help them.
She stops and she turns to look at you and she goes, my son was killed in the fight, and my husband he's in the Great Hall. He's direly wounded, but who are you? The last time we had strangers in here, they did this.
Well, we are strangers, but we're not that kind of strangers. Come with me. Take me to your husband immediately. My colleague will follow us, but he will keep an appropriate distance. We wish you no harm whatsoever.
She goes, very well. And she walks up ahead of you like a good 10 foot just to keep a distance a bit. And you can see...
That's his reach. She hasn't played this.
And she guides you into the hall. And as you walk in, you see that there's a few peasants that are kind of walking between wooden cots. If you don't know what a cot is, it's like a wooden bed. And you start to hear groans, you start to hear screams, and the smell of putrid, unwashed wounds hits your nose as soon as you walk across the boundary. You see there are 8 people lying on wooden slat beds lining the walls, and all of them look injured. Whether it be a missing limb, a grave kind of, they've got like bandages around their stomach, and the bandages are soaked in blood. And you do see a single, it looks middle-aged man wearing a brown robe with a white apron that is coated in blood. It looks dried and fresh blood. and he seems to be tending people. You see him kind of walk up to people and do a small prayer, and then give them a small goblet of water. How long did your cast detect magic last?
Detect magic is 10 minutes. It's probably on its way out, if not gone.
Yeah, I'd probably say it when you started talking to her, it had gone.
Well, that gets rid of all my slots as well. So there we go.
All right.
Good about that.
That's right. But yeah, you see him kind of walking from person to person, and you see him drawing like signs in the air, and like basically tending to the people. And she turns to you and goes, "He's over here," and she guides you over to another middle-aged man, short cropped brown hair, scraggly beard. He's got cuts on his face. It looks like one of his eyes might be missing, as there's a bandage over it, soaked in blood. He's got a large linen bandage on his lower chest, and at the side of like to where his ribs are, completely soaked in blood again.
Are you describing me? Yeah.
Yes, I am. And you see him, and currently he's unconscious. Whether he's asleep or dead or whatever, you're not quite sure. But he's lying there, and he's unmoving, but you can hear a very faint breath coming from him.
So he gets a cure wounds level 2.
Okay.
Which is 17 points of healing.
Bloody hell. Yeah, he's fine. No, he kind of he wakes up, and you hear a sharp intake of breath, and he's like, and there's still like an echoey rattle to his breath, but he's now breathing fine. You can't see any of the wounds to see if they've sealed up or anything, but he seems to be off death's door now.
And then she's going to say, "Oh, yeah, this is my neighbour. My husband's over here." But I would like to turn to her and say, "See, I told you we're here for good, not for bad.
He puts
I mean,
her hand
spend
on
some
your
time with your
shoulder.
husband, but maybe shortly you could talk to me about what has happened."
She puts her hand on your shoulder, and she's taller than you by a good foot and a half, and she leans down and kisses you on the cheek, and she goes, "Thank you, thank you. We got attacked about a week ago."
Good. Tell me shortly, because right now I'm going to go and help your fellow neighbours. So, and I'll spend the next 10 minutes using my 3 level 1 and 2 level 2 spell slots, helping the 5 worst people, I guess.
Okay. So as you make your way around, you see someone that's missing an arm. Looks like it's been pretty brutally. It doesn't look like it hasn't been cut off. It looks like it's been smashed and then been amputated. And you walk over to him, and once again, the wound that he's got on his arm is gangrenous, and it looks like there's an infection there. The skin's red raw, as if like it's inflamed. And you cast a spell on it, and that seems to kind of settle him quite a lot, and the redness seems to go away from the wound. And as you make your way around, there's a lot of similar wounds. A lot of them are severe beatings, or at the very least stab wounds or something like that. And you make your way around.
So I guess I'm tapped out, and there's still 2 left, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. So as you kind of get to the last one, the man in the brown robes kind of approaches. He goes, "Stranger, thank you, but who are you?"
I could say the same question to you, my brother. I am Astus of the Dwarves. I follow our smithing god, Thorvald.
Yes, I've studied Thorvald's work. I am Tender Roberts. I am the tender of this village. I'm the closest thing that they've got to a healer and a spiritual man. I am not as skilled as you, as I can already tell. I've done my best for these people. And
If you hadn't done what you'd done, then I wouldn't be able to help. My skills don't. I've not been blessed enough by the Lord yet to be able to raise people from the dead. So you've done everything you can. There's 2 members of your congregation that I'm unable to help. I've run out. I've used up my God's divine blessing for today. Perhaps you could focus on them, at least for today.
Well, the two,
Or maybe
the
I could look at Lana and go, get in there.
Lana and Kouri are in the courtyard currently. He does say that the two that you cannot help today, they are the least serious. That they have minor stab wounds, nothing that they won't heal from. But
Have you heard of the thing called from a religion called Rugby, and it's called the magic sponge? It seems to work wonders on the pitch, battle pitch.
We used to play hockey back in my day, but we used to wear pads so we didn't get hurt. Yes.
Is that a little nod to the Canadians in the room?
Yes, perhaps.
I've noticed that my name's been turned into Canuck.
Wait,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, that's real strange.
I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't even clocking on. What the fuck has happened?
I-
What's your name? Is Al Jin.
There's two types of hockey. There's hockey, and then there's ice hockey. And I think you would have the opposite view of that.
There's field hockey and ice hockey and ball hockey.
Field hockey doesn't have pads, neither does ball hockey.
Yeah, I know. But I like field hockey more than I actually like regular hockey. I don't even watch hockey.
I mean, I was with you.
Okay, enough of this malarkey. Let's jump on. That's why I fucking ruined them. Ruined the fucking thing.
Wait a minute, am I just like a novelty right now? It's just like, we've got a Canadian. Oh,
Actually,
something weird.
No, it's strange because
When I first left my missus, I ended up going out with she was at Birmingham Law School. And she was doing a master's in law, but she was from Toronto. I spent best part of a year with her, and I learned an awful lot about your country, and I think it's bloody wonderful. But
I was going to say, the
Yeah,
only
she's been-
person in the group that actually really loves ice hockey is Justine. It's that they've got two national sports, that and basketball, believe it or not.
Basketball's sick.
Was Justine really good at basketball, being really, really short?
Being 5 foot and half an inch tall.
Yeah, she just springs up there.
It's like a rabbit as it comes out of the hole in summer.
No, I reckon she was the ball.
big fact for you: the moment I realised I'd broken my hip was when I slam dunked, and I didn't slam dunk. I slam dunked because when I jumped, my leg moved up 3 inches and my femur shattered. There you go.
Ooh.
I will slam bitch you if you continue interrupting the session.
I don't think I'm going to edit this bit out. This is story time.
Sorry, who's saying something? I mean, I only listen to people. Well, I only listen to Canadians or people with a video. So, anyway, who's talking now?
Anyway, so you, yes. So he explains to you that they don't seem to be the injuries they've got aren't life-threatening. It seems like you've helped the kind of worst of the case out of there. And he thanks you, and he draws a sigil in the air at you. Can you make a religion check for me?
I can try. Funny enough, I'm really shit at religion. So,
You're a cleric.
The world's worst cleric.
I mean, he hasn't got any contact with his gods, it makes sense.
yeah, but it's D20 plus 1. There you go.
That's not bad.
Oh, a non-natural 20.
There we
Oh.
go. You
God, hold me with you.
with your studies in the to be a rune smith, you've had to learn about many of the other gods, and it seems like the way he's dressed and the mannerisms, and especially his role in this little town, he follows Freydis, who's the goddess of harvest and healing. She's the daughter of Deus Marda, who's like the mother god. And she tends to deal with the powers of healing and resurrection. And she's one of the gods that you know of that actually looks most kindly on the mortals and will happily seek out gifted healers and give them her blessing. She's one of the only gods that actually gives monkeys about mortals. The rest of them don't really care as long as they worship her, even Thorvald. So yeah,
I'll thank him and say, brother, let us pray together later. But for now, you tend to your flock, and we'll speak after your task is done.
he kind of bows his head and goes, "Thank you. If there's anything you need, it's getting dark out and it's going to get mighty cold. I'm sure we can free up a house that you could
Just
stay in.
give us a floor somewhere within your walls, and we'll help you."
Very well, thank you. And once again, he draws the sigil in front of his face. I keep doing the cross. That's not it. He's not Christian. But
It's more like a dodecahedron.
he does this. He does the swirly god. But yeah, he kind of blesses you again and goes to tend. He actually doesn't go to tend the two that haven't been healed. He goes to inspect the ones that have been healed. And you see him offering them water and speaking to them, and sat next to him. As you're kind of looking at this, the woman comes over, who you helped the husband.
I'm gonna beckon Aughan over at this moment because, like, I'm pretty. I think if I used all my magical power, I'd be a bit knackered. So I beckon over my brother in arms to can help me out.
You do feel quite drained, kind of like lightheaded to a certain extent. But she walks over and then she gives a side glance as you wave over to Aughan. But she stands her ground now. She looks a little bit more confident. Colours come back to her face where before she was very pale. She goes, "You wanted to know what happened here?"
Well,
Yes.
first of all, how is your husband, Mum?
He's awoken. He's better. He's not perfect, but you did amazingly. He's
I did nothing, but my God did. But we can check in on him tomorrow. But honestly, I feel like I'm quite low in power. So thank you for speaking to my colleague alongside me. Please tell us what happened.
Of course.
I forgot. I meant to be using the Yorkshire accent. So, I literally have a Yorkshire accent, and now I'm talking in a posh voice. It's because I've gone into religion. As soon as you start talking religion, you speak like your vicar, don't you?
Yeah, you're basically Sean Bean. Short Sean Bean.
She explains that there were a group of around 20 or so bandits came through the village one night about a week ago, and they just started butchering people. They started stealing food, stealing ale from the stores. Some of their hunters and their more capable men tried to fight back, but were completely outmatched, and most of them got either slaughtered or badly injured.
Where did these bastards leave to? What direction did they go?
Towards the grape, towards the grape, not the grape, towards the Great River. She points over to the north. She says towards the Great River. They stayed one night after they did their atrocities, and then just left early the morning.
Can you remember anything noted? Do they all wear a certain piece of clothing? Was there something that you noticed about them, or?
They were led by an orc. They all had either red bandanas or red coats on.
Well, I think we might know who did this, and I think we might be heading in the same direction they've gone. So,
for God's sake,
my
please
God,
fight them.
the gods have brought us to you. We're already on a quest to slay this monstrosity. I'm just glad we can lessen his destruction on the way to.
We now know that they've got a week's lead on us.
True. How many did you say? About 20 of them?
Give or take a few. I mean, well, obviously we didn't really get time to count. We were too busy trying not to die. But yes.
All right, no need to get shirty with us. We're just trying to help.
Look, fuck you, bastard. But yeah, she says that the best guess was about 20. They were led by an orc. There was a mixture of orcs, humans. There were a couple of elves in there. She said there was none of your kind, and she pointed at the dwarf. But yeah, she said they left roughly a week ago.
So we got a week to catch up with them before they get to where they're going. I mean,
Mum, Well,
Where
we
were we
need to
going
go and
again?
confer quickly with our colleagues. Would you be willing, after you spend some time with your husband, if we have any further questions, would you mind if we called on you? Sorry, would you mind if we called on you? I forgot, I meant to be Yorkshire.
By all means. I mean, if you're staying the evening, talk to my husband in the morning, and if he's around, he was one of the ones that fought them. He probably knows a bit more than me.
Well, when your husband first wakes, tell him him and his colleagues must have fought valiantly, otherwise there would be no one left here to talk to us. So well done.
Thank you. And she kind of bows her head a little bit, and you see her head back and picks up a jug of water and goes and sits next to her husband, who looks healthier than he did.
Before she
an hour
walks
ago.
away, I'm going to say,
You better do. Is it lucky to cure wounds, motherfucker?
I'm going to say, they didn't take anyone, did they?
No, it didn't. It didn't seem like it. They weren't interested. No, they just stole supplies.
Well, the
It
one
makes
thing I
us-
will say is, yeah, you might be in a bad situation, but in one circumstance, you are lucky.
He does give you a bit of a confused look. She's like, I wouldn't call our current situation lucky, but I suppose you mean it.
Interesting. That's a good point. How many young folk do you have under the age of 16, perhaps?
A few. They were hidden in cellars and stores as soon as the attack started.
Yeah, they have a
The-
tendency. They have a
the gossip
tendency of taking the young ones.
Who are these people if you know them so well?
They're called the Scarlett Hook. They're like bandits, but they're a bit more organised than bandits. But
Aughan, can we just ensure that we've removed our hook memorabilia before this conversation?
I did
Yeah.
several days ago.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, Jim, you need to go and pick up Justine.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll
Right,
have a
put
quick break
pause.
then.
We'll put a pause in there. Put a break in.
I would have been healed when he started healing, because I could have healed him.
You weren't. You were on the cart with me, Justine. That's where we've been the entire fucking time. You haven't literally. They disappeared into a house. We've literally been sitting in the cart. That's stuff we would have known.
The person we spoke to was scared of Goliaths, so I took one Goliath, and Aughan was more human. Was more humanity minded than
Really?
Kouri.
The biggest murderer of all. Cool.
So Aughan came with me, and he's done great work with me, and you're just looking after the other one.
Okay.
But when-
Okay, so we'll pick up to Astus and Aughan walking out of the main hall towards the cart that Lana and Kouri are sitting on.
But Lana, there's a couple of people in there that I wasn't able to heal. Maybe you can go in and give him a hand.
Oh,
There
Yes,
is-
we have a Brandon.
I've got Cheetos in the cupboard upstairs.
Except now we can't hear Brandon.
He needs to unmute himself, maybe.
I don't know, but there's a certain element of Ragnar Lothbrok about that face.
Alrighty.
Don't say that.
Okie dokie.
What about Fitzug, perhaps?
Yeah, Fitzugmore. Right, so yeah, we'll pick up from where you headed to the cart in the middle of town.
So Lana, you should go and spend some time with these people. There's a couple in there who are not. They're not. It's not life threatening, but my God has forsaken me. I've done all I can. There's a couple of people who could do with some help.
Oh, of course
Yeah.
I can help.
But we learned some things. We've learned that the healer here is a good person. We've also learned that our quarry passed through here a week ago. Is that right, Aughan? And it was definitely the Crimson Hook who did all this, and they're all bastards.
Bastards.
Sounds fun.
This is an interesting insight you got. A bit disappointed that you didn't come back to the cart earlier.
Well, I mean, you could have come in with us, but
You
obviously
wanted to walk
Aughan's got more
alone.
humanity than you have. So
more humanity than I.
I mean,
The guy killed a man with an axe without any hesitation.
We have been gone for quite a while, and you've just been sitting here.
I've had a conversation with Lana. It's not been good, but it's been a conversation. I didn't realize that so many animals could be formed out of thin air. It's almost as if, like, the leaves around provide magical essence that allows her to channel her energy, her magic. It's been very insightful.
By conversations, you mean sex party?
It has not been anything to do with a six party. To be honest with you, that's not a topic I would have thought about.
Why does your head is always everything about sex?
This is probably why your god don't talk to you. It's filled with poop. Maybe you should try clear your mind.
Maybe we should try losing my virginity as well. But one day.
70 years in a runesmith school will do that to you.
Wait, hold on, did he get fucked by a prostitute?
No, because I ran out
And
of
he
the
was
room.
the
so I got
only
freaked
one
out.
out of the men who didn't.
Oh, damn. That would probably help. Yes, losing your virginity might clear your mind a little bit. If not, get your mind out of the sewer.
That's rich coming from you, but yeah, I'll take your point.
Rich coming from.
Well, these people need our help.
We've
put a
done
bit of peace
most
down.
of it. I think Lana could help, but I think maybe speaking to the locals a little bit more before we move on could be a benefit.
This is the issue we got at the moment in time. We are kind of behind on schedule. But at the same
We're a
point,
week behind them. Yes.
surely we move faster as a small unit than they will anyway. But
Oh yes, you're correct. We were told that there were a party of almost 20 people, approximately 20 people.
though if they have encountered such the Hook, we might be able to get a little bit of intel on who are with them. I mean, all I know is we got Bardock, and that's about it. We have no idea what the other races are.
To be fair, mate, I walked in there and I went through my little triage thing, and I just looked after the people. I forgot to actually ask all the relevant questions.
Well,
So in hindsight, Aughan, whilst well-meaning, was not the right choice of Goliath to take with.
they did say that there's like orcs and humans, but no dwarfs.
No, I remember that bit as well. Yes, I remember that bit.
So he's traveling with orcs and humans. Interesting. That is actually quite interesting, because now we at least know that they might have some brutes with them. I assume the fact they are escorting Bardock would imply that they have decent guarding anyway. But was there any information about the vehicles they were traveling in? Like, was it like, did Bardock have a special card?
So I'm going to look at Aughan and be like, you ask him that? Because I fucking didn't.
I didn't ask them anything of the sort.
Kouri, do you want me to go and introduce you to their leader?
I mean, Kouri could just fucking go in and talk to people.
Did you even ask anything relevant to them then?
Well, he was fixing stuff, and people were scared of me, so I couldn't do much.
Well, I managed to save 6 people from dying, so I didn't exactly waste my time. But no, I didn't really ask any questions. Sorry,
Oh, right.
bastards.
This puts us in a bit of a hindrance. I mean, the only thing I can think about is getting out of the town and then thinking about it later, unless we go in now and get some info. But it is getting dark.
I mean,
We won't get far.
do we...
We've been offered a bed for the night. Why don't we go and speak to him and then sleep here and get on it in the morning?
I mean, we're already a week behind. We don't seem to be making much ground. We were a week behind when we left.
I said we travelled through the night.
I think we should. I think we should take it in turns, maybe have a keep on the back of the cart, and just try our best to make up the ground, because we've stayed a week behind.
Keep in mind, it gets bitter cold during the night.
You've got your special new torch, ain't you?
Yes, my weapon of choice is definitely a torch. It can help out drastically. But keep in mind, there's only so much fire, well, heat fire can produce.
There's a bad
Mine are
idea
better
putting
than yours.
the
Mine
brand
burn
in below
upside down.
Jake.
I don't think that's true. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, we can get a little bit more info while we've got a chance, unless you've already organized some other bullshit. for the others. I have no idea what you have done there, so I can't truly see. But we want to make.
What is going on?
I will say that your horses have been travelling with you all day. It's a bit of cold. You know it gets a hell of a lot colder at night. So you run the risk of injuring or losing a horse.
Surely they'd actually stay warmer if they were moving. If they're just tied to a tree, they're going to freeze.
Yes, but they also suffer exhaustion just like you lot.
Does Astus not have a spell to counteract exhaustion?
No,
I've got fuck all today. Today we're gonna kip here, and you buggers can go and talk to the locals. I'll introduce you. I need to go to bed.
Right, okay, so how are we going to make up the ground? Because we need to try and get there before that bastard gets there.
Good mind. We move a lot faster than they do, so we'll make up the ground over time.
We've made up no ground. They left a week before us, and they're still a week ahead of us. We've made up no ground.
Yeah, we're a week behind them, so if we spend a couple of days doing double time, we'll be exhausted.
The question I have about this is it a week exactly, or they just jump into a conclusion?
Precisely why you need to go and speak to them, because these are the questions I didn't ask whilst I was like saving people's lives and shit.
Okay, I get it. Doing the job of your god, I understand. Next time, think beforehand. I will get off the car and walk into the hall just to see what's going on myself.
Okay, you head into the hall and you see, obviously what you haven't seen before, you've seen that there's 8 beds that are kind of set up along the walls of this it's a fully wooden building, kind of like a log cabin, but like longer. And you do see that there's a woman sitting with an injured man who he seems to be unconscious. See a couple of people who look quite injured. Well, all of them look pretty injured, but some of them look better than others. And you do see that there's there's like a table at the back of the hall that seems like it's got a lot of bloody rags and stuff in. I've got a lot of bloody rags and stuff like that, and there's a man standing in front of it with a brown robe and a bloody apron on.
I will approach him since he seems like he's the busybody of the group.
Okay. He kind of turns and goes, "Oh, there's more of you. Very well. How can I help you, sir?"
Hello there. I was I heard word that there was a few injured people in here, and I thought I'd ask a few questions about the attackers.
Are you with the dwarf?
I am, yes.
He's helped most of the people, yes. What do you need to know about the brutes that attacked us?
It's more about the orc, the head honcho. Did he have a specific difference on the vehicle he travelled in?
Well, they arrived on horses, just on horseback, but then once the main fighting had finished, they brought in a few wagons, some carts that they seemed to be travelling on with supplies. Why do you ask?
Mostly because that orc, I wish to see his end for stuff he's done to previous towns. And I wanted to make sure that when I strike against it, I'll be able to target him. I do not wish to take any innocent lives, but due to what has happened here, it might involve the group.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for him particularly, one thing you'll notice, he's got a red scalp. He has, I can only imagine it being a tattoo of some sort, but the entire of the top of his head is just red. He wields a large axe. He looks like he's got fur armor on, but other than that, I mean, the only reason I know that he's probably the leader is because he was barking orders at people, and he didn't do a whole lot of fighting. It didn't seem like he could be bothered. But
that does seem just like the man I am after. Out of pure curiosity here.
Is it curiosity or curiosity?
Aughan, shut up. This is not the time for a pun. When they left the town, was it a week exactly, or was that just to move directly towards the closest?
It was roughly 5 days, maybe a day or two. Everything's been a bit of a blur, but it's about 5 days. So it's a working week.
To be fair, that is perfect, because I can at least use that against Aughan, who thinks it's been exactly 7 days.
Yeah,
but-
I mean that's a week in the city, but over here we try to have a day or two off. But it's been about 5 days, give or take.
That is understandable. I heard that from Astos, the dwarf that you spoke to. He was offering a bit of shelter.
We've got unfortunately we've got a couple of vacant houses. They were relatively untouched, but you're welcome to, as long as you respect the House of the Dead, you're welcome to stay in them for the night.
I've got no issue with respecting those that have fallen in battle, especially those who have been caught up in such a conflict they don't deserve. It is a fate that should not happen to anyone.
How many more injured you have?
I mean, everyone has been injured to a certain amount. I mean, the ones that were deathly injured have been healed by your friend, but everyone's got scrapes, bruises. Yes, that you won't find a single person in the town that hasn't been hurt.
Are there any more that really need healing?
Not really. There's a couple that are a bit rough, but they'll survive. But the deathly kind of the ones that are weren't going to make the next day or two, they've been healed.
Can you take me to those two that are quite rough?
Yes.
She is a healer to some extent. Even though the injuries might be minor, she is your best bet.
He guides you over to a woman and quite an elderly man. The woman seemed to have an extremely bruised face, and the tender lifts up her shirt, and she's got the whole part, one side of her ribs is completely black. Looks like there's definitely some broken ribs there. And the man has a snapped arm and a snapped leg.
Mm-hmm. At that point, I would like to cast Healing Spirit.
Okay, what the fuck's that?
Healing Spirit is a 2nd level spell from Xanathars.
What it is.
Fucking druids, man.
Fucking druids,
So
man.
basically, the
Druids.
description of the spell is: it's a concentration up to 1 minute. You call forth a nature spirit to soothe the wounded. The intangible spirit appears in space that is 5 foot cube. You can see within the range. The spirit looks like a transparent beast, fate, la-di-das. Until the spell ends, whenever you or a creature you can see moves into the spirit's space for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there, you can cause the spirit restore 1d6 hit points to that creature.
Okay. As you start muttering under your breath, and you cast this spell. There's a certain warmth around you, and you do notice that the woman is unconscious, but she breathes better, and the old man kind of starts groaning, and he's like, and you look down, and where the splint of where his arm's broken, you see that his arm starts to kind of like crack. And it seems to look straighter than it did before now.
I'm going to turn to Lana and say, that's fucking awesome. And I'm pissed off that I didn't get you out of the cart earlier, because that's better than I could do, you bastard.
I can do a lot more healing than that.
What
Just nobody ever asks.
What a fuck is going on?
Lana, I will tell you this like I've told you last time. We're not going to ask questions that we do not know to ask. We do not know the extent of your magical essence.
I
None
just
of
thought,
us
like-
are familiar with the druidic side of things.
We just thought, like, every time that we had a fight, I am going to turn into a wolf.
Because
To be fair,
I
you do
like
turn into
my
a wolf a
wolf.
lot. It's almost like that is your go-to.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with my wolf.
I would like to speak to you more about your heritage in the future. But for today, thank you for what you've done. I know that. My God, hang on.
I'm gonna tap Atlas on the shoulder and just like do the whole like no with the hand towards the neck like no.
Thorvald is happy with your behaviour. Thank you, darling. I'm blessed to have you by my side.
That you are, my dear.
The best thing I can say
I need to get a
is that
copy.
force together. Speaking
Okay.
of which,
So at this, I will say it's starting to get quite dark outside. You've been here a couple of hours now, healing and talking to people. So it is starting to get. It's very windy. There's snow whipping up outside. It looks like it's going to be a rough night if you do want to go out on the road.
So is it so like late afternoon?
You got there at about 5, 6 o'clock, and it's now looks to be around 8 o'clock.
Oh, so it's really quite dark then.
Yeah.
can I go to the person in the brown coat, the tender,
Yeah.
and be like, oh, just one more thing. Do you have any way for us to protect the horses from the elements, or any food to keep them going?
Yes, we can sort your horses. We've got a stable out the back, and we have enough hay and provisions that they didn't steal. That we can feed and bed your horses for the evening. That's all right. It's the least we could do for everything you've done.
Thank you kindly.
You're correct. It is genuinely the least you could do. Yes.
I will say, as I have done nothing to help your village at all, I'm kind of feeling a little bit bad about this. So please take this as a bit of a pinch of salt. I'll give him 6 gold
Right.
from my personal funds. Kind of thing towards hand, be like, I know it's not a lot of money for the sake of
No,
rebuilding.
by all accounts, this is a lot of money.
This is a lot of money.
We are not rich in this town. We live off the land, but I mean, I will accept the trade season. Unfortunately, is over, but this will definitely help us after the winter is gone.
It's more the fact that material is expensive to rebuild, and I just want to at least assist what I can. I'm not sure how much that will do.
Did we see him do that?
I was just about to ask the same thing.
Yeah.
All of you who want to see it, roll a perception check.
Fuck yeah.
James,
Oh shit, I'm still back on Google Maps, but yeah.
Brandon, nearly.
10.
12.
15.
Probably see the other two didn't catch it in the corner of their eye, but Lana, you saw him passing something, you don't know what.
I wouldn't have heard it.
You wouldn't have heard him go, "Here's the gold."
Alright.
No, he said here's 6 gold. It's not a lot.
He did, but I did say it's a long haul.
Okay.
And you were standing by the patients, and he was standing by the table.
True.
I would like to walk up to Kouri and just... You're right, Kouri.
Yes, I am fine, thank you, Lada. Just repaying the debts for hospitality, as well as helping those that are in need.
How much we're talking?
I'm talking 6 gold from my personal funds. Do not worry, it is not coming from the party. This is solely for myself.
I'll double that. I'll give, I'll say,
Oh, for
add
fuck's
this
sake!
as well. 6 gold.
Knock the gold off, you generous bastards. And he, at this point, he's like, you honestly, you don't have to. You
12 gold wasn't
as a
going to
group of-
rebuild a house.
I will
as
tell you
much as you
this.
can. I mean,
You have given me information about my target. You have offered to protect the horses that we use to travel to track down the target. You have not, to yourself, it might not seem you've done a lot, but to me, you've given me exactly the essence that I need to take down the foe I am after. For this, I wish to help you rebuild your town.
anytime you're
Great for your charity, but one of us needs plate armor soon. So, for fuck's
Fuck off, you metagaming prick!
Plus, you need to start earning your own cash.
Really fucking do.
I made 200 gold last session I was here.
Yeah, which we put in party funds. Thanks for that.
I don't know where I'm throwing her picture, but not actually at the camera, so it doesn't really work.
But yeah, no, like I said, I'll turn back to him and be like, what you've given us is the information we require. We wish to see your town recover. We helped out with the last town which we encountered the same issue. It's painful to see families torn, people distraught from murdered to be into deep despair. We want to help out at least as much as we can.
Well, it's appreciated, and honestly, this is more gold than most of us have ever seen. I was raised in a city, but this is still quite a lot of gold, and honestly, it will go far. It will feed every family in the settlement 10 times over. And thank you. By all means, anytime you come back through here, you free bed, anything you need. We will do our best to help. Our hunters, there's a few of them left, and hopefully they'll be able to hunt again soon. But they tend to get extremely good meat for our area. So yes.
Do you have any herbalists in your area? Somebody who knows about...
Not that kind of herbalist, Brandon.
Somebody who knows about herbs.
I am standing right here.
I am the closest. I'm the closest thing to a herbalist, a healer, a wise man of the village.
Well, maybe next time when we come through, because my friend here likes his herbs.
I do indeed, yes.
You can
Anything to
maybe
relax?
supply us for some things.
I mean, we have a few gatherers that we could. I can try and sort something out. I mean, do you know when you'll be passing again?
To be honest with you, it could be any time. However, we'll probably come back through when we come back this way if we head back to Felistad Pass. But during that time frame, I hope to stay a little bit longer and maybe understand exactly the way that you heal. If you are just like Astos for religious healing, I am very fascinated.
Well, next time you come through, I will sit down with you over a hot brew of tea, and we can speak about it.
That is a promise.
Oh, does this settlement has a name? Or it's like a village name or anything like that?
Yes, it's called the Timor Plains. It's a
Timor?
Timor, yes.
That was not in character. I was just asking.
Yeah,
Timor?
Timor Plains.
Anything a slight bit of pride right now.
Oh, is this a throw place?
I've named every place in the whole goddamn world, and I thought, you know what, who wants to name it? And Fro came up with a name first, so it's from his campaign.
It is,
and I
yes.
thought I'd honour it.
This is a reference.
It was either that, or it was going to be massively oversized coffee table, but that's
you get basket decked, mate.
not a good name for a. Oh god, we're not going to get onto that. Right. So he goes, well, I can show you to the house where you can sleep. There's a fireplace in there, and it will keep you warm. But yes, I can leave you for the evening. I've got stuff to do. But yes, and he kind of starts guiding you out of the main hall.
Can I try and call Aughan over?
Yeah.
I'll sort of just like give him a wave, sort of bring him over.
Kouri, what do you want?
Quite simple. We are staying here tonight, as we can get cover for our horses. I know you wanted to go on the path, but we are 5 days behind, not 7, which means we have made up time.
Okay, so we've made 2 days up.
That's the thing. We've only travelled for 2 days. We've already made 2 days faster. We'll catch them before they reach the river, most likely.
Okay, so how about we get an early night tonight? None of our usual shenanigans, and we get an early start in the morning.
I agree. To be fair, there's one thing I did want to talk to you about. and it's mostly the facts regarding Astus.
What about Astus?
Both me and you have both been touched by our gods, and he has not. I do want to try and use our gods as a bridge to connect him to his god.
Actually, guys, hang on a sec. I'm going to go and check on 3D printers, so then you crack on, and I won't hear it. Alright?
No worries, doesn't fucking change shit, okay? It's mostly the fact that he's not been blessed by his god as much. I wanted to use this as a bridge to communicate to him with his god.
I don't think our gods have anything to do with his god, though.
But our gods can be a bridge. Remember how I used Berengar to save you from... not save you, sorry. Recommunicate you with Veen.
Yeah, but like ours are the old gods, so that's. I mean, you're saying a bridge. That's a little bridge. For us to do it to him, that's a big bridge.
The way I see it is, our god is a god. They both live on the same plane. The fact that ours is more unknown than his don't change much. To be using our gods as a bridge to communicate him with his own will be enough to bring him to salvation. He is lacking the compassion he requires. Keep in mind, think about his talents. We cannot do such a thing he does. But I feel like he has not seen the same potential that he has in himself.
That's very true.
I want to give him a moment of bliss. The realization that he has more potential in him than he fully realizes. And to do that, I feel like our powers combined with spiritual spiritual kind of rituals, we might be able to help show him his true potential.
Well, next time we get to a big city, I suggest we take him to, I assume he's got like a place of worship or, somewhere to communicate with his god.
The thing I'm worried about is the fact that if he is truly feeling like he does not have a connection, the fight against Bardark may go different. I want to make sure he's ready, strong, and as filled with as much pride as possible.
Well, what do you suggest?
If we try and go for an early night tonight, I suggest we try and talk to him tonight about it.
I mean, we used to, like, when we were hanging around with Aughan, he would pray. I don't think I've seen Astus pray.
He's prayed, just not as openly as you might meet. He is more religious than Aughan. Aughan was more that he would move his hands in the air, like he just didn't care, and cause like random magical elements.
You're an awful person.
I know. I'm well aware.
I know I would watch that movie now.
But he would be able to cause elemental sort of forms of weird magic, which he would shoot forth. I'm thinking if we can sort of give Astus that hope, he might be a stronger ally in such a fight. Because to be honest with you, 20 people against 5 is not going to be a way forward.
I mean, I don't usually pray. I don't know whether your village does, your tribe, but we don't usually pray. We just, I suppose we do pray. We kind of say a few things when we kill an animal or kill a foe.
Yeah, I'd probably say that both of you have relatively similar kind of religious acts, but yours, Aughan, would probably be more so praying before a hunt and then using every part of the animal and dedicating the animal to the god. And then you'd have like a yearly festival, similar to your darkening, your like journey to adulthood in a sense.
Oh yeah.
Where you'd have a celebration of either warriors returning after their darkening, or and then Kouri, I think yours would be relatively similar, but yours would be a lot more spiritual. So yours would be more regular. So it wouldn't be like on a hunt. It would be once a week, maybe, if you
every other Tuesday.
Every other Tuesday, yeah. See you next Tuesday. It would be like it would be. I think yours would be like very burning incense and chanting to a certain extent, where it's not necessarily. It's not something you do to dedicate something to your god. Yours is a weekly kind of like a mass or a prayer kind of thing, at which your clan and you would lead, and the rest of the clan would just kind of follow along.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Just for because this is our first video, can you clarify for the audience what a difference between a clan and a clan is? 'Cause it sounds very similar.
And a cram. So a cram is like in a Goliath society is a shaman. It is the spiritual guide. Most clans have them. Aughan had one, but Aughan wasn't one. Where Kouri was a trainee cram, so he's been taught the ways of healing, of alchemy, of mixing potions, of speaking directly to his god to give to his people. So a cram is basically a shaman, just with a fancier name. And most Goliath clans in the world's Teeth Mountains had a cram. So pretty much the best I can describe it.
Okay.
Well, I'll just be like, if you do not want to participate in it, because I do want to sort of give him hope, could I at least use the necklace of vein you hold around your neck? I'd rather you be there, as Vane has blessed you with visions.
Well,
but I need the power of Vane.
I think we've both been blessed by visions.
That is why I want you alongside. To be fair, I do need to get Lana with us as well. Speaking of which, Lana, are you up for the same task?
Is she with us?
Oh, what you
Yeah,
want?
she's right next to me.
Oh, okay.
She was right next to us. That's why I called you over, because she was speaking to the same person I was.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So she's heard everything.
So you want me to help you and Astus to connect with his god?
If you do not want to, just give me back the ring.
I can help, I suppose.
I just need you to basically bear the god. If you can communicate with the god, it just means more.
I mean, Kouri,
Well,
does this have to be done
I
tonight?
believe in God, but I don't pray, and I don't particularly care about gods.
I am fearful for the future. I've let it go for 2 days going, and each day we get closer to Bardock, I fear. I do not wish that Astus loses the same passion for his god, which is the way he is going.
So, are you? We're basically doing like we're intervening with Astus tonight.
I want to give him hope. I want to see if the gods can be bridged over to him. If we can at least cause a bridge where he can see the divine light that he is following forth, we might be able to give him enough power to help us drastically during the fight against Bardock.
Okay, well let's get ourselves back to where we're bedding
but
for the night.
doesn't all his magic come from his god? So if he wouldn't be connected to him,
He's
He
connected
wouldn't
to
be
his
able
god,
to do
just not
magic.
as much as he thinks. He's connected. It's almost as if the power is given towards him, but he cannot see it. He's unable to realize the full potential what he's got. I want to at least give him that moment of hope.
can't you just give him some magic shrooms so he has a nice trip?
First things first, that is not how it works. Secondly,
Well, that might actually be how it works. I mean, Arkan had some weird things that he picked up. Maybe we can pick up something similar.
I know you have not been in the cities as much as I have in the time you left the world's teeth. But I'll tell you right now, those give you different kind of thoughts and visions.
Maybe
Some which
they're
are a
the
little bit
kind
more
of visions he
wibbly-wobbly than they
needs?
should be. That is not a good idea.
Okay, right. Let's just do it. Let's just
Well, just get cracking. We're losing daylight. Well, we lost daylight.
we lost the daylight.
As Tender Roberts, he guides you to a relatively humble shack. It's probably about 10 foot by 10 foot, so it's going to be cosy. But in there is a bed that is like a double bed that's already laid for you. There's a cold hearth, and it looks like there's an area to prepare food. And the guys you're going to goes, honestly, this is the best and the biggest we can do. You can bunk down in here tonight, light a fire.
Don't worry about it.
As long as you could leave it as you found it in the morning, then everything's all good.
That is fine. We don't plan to destroy.
Okay. So it doesn't take you too long to roll your bedrolls out. The horses are taken off you and taken to the stables. The cart's left outside the hut. You don't need your tents in here, obviously. You spark up a decent fire, brush a bit of dust off the utensils and whatnot, and you kind of get ready to bed down for the night. Is anyone doing watch, or are you just going to skip it tonight?
Did you say there was a double bed?
There's one double bed, and there's
I
enough room on
jump
the
into
floor.
the double bed in the middle and starfish.
Okay, the tiniest person, starfish, is on the double bed. Is a Goliath going to belly flop them?
I will
Not me, I'm,
access to a side.
Okay.
I'm going to. I'll take it. There's a fireplace that we can make a fire and stuff.
Yeah, there's a hearth on the opposite end of the small room to the bed.
Yeah, so I'm gonna light a fire. I'm literally gonna curl up in front of the fire like a huge cat.
Okay.
Right, I'll just fall asleep leaning against the door.
Okay. So you're already feeling pretty kind of worn.
I'm absolutely fucked up. I'm done.
Yeah, you are well spent for the day, and you kind of feel yourself drifting off as you kind of slump to the floor, and the generic dwarven snoring starts.
What I'll do is, as I notice everyone's fallen asleep, and I'll be like, well, the plan's gone to absolute shit then. I will go over to Astus, who is sleeping, because he's still wearing Baden-Fort's armband, which I gave to him a while ago. As he's sleeping, I will use my shield to cut my hand, but I want to kind of cut it a little bit deeper than usual. I'm willing to take double damage, for fuck's sake. This is what I'm trying to do.
Roll a d4 and then plus. Roll a d4 and double it.
Okay, that'll be 6 plus strength, which will be 9 damage.
Okay, yep, 9
so
damage then.
I take 9 damage, and with the bloody hand, I'll paint it across the Baden-Fort armband and his shield as I pray. Words be like, Lord Baden-Fort, I wish to show this one the bridge between him and his God, provide hope deep inside his soul. If you could provide this provision, I will sacrifice more of my vitality to serve you.
Okay. Are you bedding down after that, yeah?
After that, I will wrap up my injury as I'll go to sleep.
Okay. Astus, can you make a wisdom saving throw for me?
I can try. I'm really glad that I actually went to go and do stuff whilst you were talking about this shit. My wisdom is +3. 6.
6 total.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay. So you're exhausted, but you start tossing and turning in your sleep, and you've seen him. You haven't seen him, but you've seen his anvil and his hammer before, and you see Thorvald, and he's standing with his hammer to one side. Sorry, no, he's a dual wielder. He has got a hammer in each hand. You see him standing, and there's just blackness behind him. And you see the mighty dwarf with his plaited beard and his gold earrings and his gold beard condiments. And he's got
Gold beard condiments. Amazing.
Condiments is not the right word.
Condiments?
Yeah, he's got dips in his beard.
Bit of gold ketchup, bit of gold mayo.
Yeah, pretty much. Yogurt mint, obviously. But yeah, you see him standing there with a sea of blackness behind him. And he doesn't speak to you, but you feel his presence, and you're kind of like, oh, this is just a bad dream. And then suddenly, to his one side, you see a mighty brown bear walk up beside him, and you see him sheathe his 2 hammers. And as they both look at you, as you're standing there, you try to move and you can't. Your body's frozen, and you see Thorvald with his leather apron on that he's kind of like depicted as normally. He's got his tattoos down his arms, and he looks down at this bear, and he puts his hand on the bear's head, as if it's like a familiar friend. And he looks back at you and smiles as the bear roars. And then you wake up, and you wake up in the middle of the night. You're still slumped against the door, and you look around. The fire's just dying down. It's crackling now, and you see your friends asleep in this little hole. And you start thinking to yourself, I never thought I'd be in this situation. Never thought you'd be travelling with a group of kind of randomers in a certain sense, but you feel more accepted than you have done in a long time. You feel more accepted than you did when you were in the rune halls.
Would I be able to feel that after what Aughan told me yesterday and what I just dreamt, that maybe there might be something to this religion shit?
What are you looking to find out? And I'll tell you what
Is
you
it
want.
like, because I saw the wolf at Thorvald's side, that maybe I
It was
should
a bear.
like.
It was a bear. It wasn't a wolf. It was a bear.
No, yeah, good point. Yeah, ignore that.
That's a really low
Just feel warm
perception
and
check
fluffy
there,
for
buddy.
me.
Oh, hang on. What are you looking for?
Well, because you said it was a bear, not a wolf. So, yeah, ignore.
Okay. So as you look around, you feel more at home than you pretty much ever have before. Even in the rune halls, from where you've kind of spent the last maybe 40, 50 years learning the ways of the forge. You had friends there, but you didn't have anyone you really connected to. And after seeing the Great Bear and Thorvald together, you feel at home. And as you're looking around, you feel yourself drifting back to sleep. And we shall pick up in the morning because I think someone wants a break.
Who needs a poo? Who needs a poo?
I need a piss.
Go for a piss then. Stop talking about it.
I am.
Oh no, we actually were talking about
Justine, it was
character sheet.
DM's Guild.
Which one? Because I have all of them as well.
Well, then you'll have them on the DM's Guild. It's a big long list. Just find the one that you want.
Didn't want to do that, did I? Yeah, I need a new character sheet because my one literally looks like that, and then the other side is like that. You
Well,
can't see
it
it,
like a
so
missile.
never mind. It's all written and scribbled on.
Okay.
Stop drawing on your couch sheet.
Well, to be fair, we can carry on because it's only going to be waking up in the morning and doing what you're doing. So,
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Astus, you do get your benefit of a full night's rest, and you feel that you wake up and you see that there's dried blood that's been smeared on your arm and the armband of Badenfort and on your shield, and you're like, this is strange. And you feel for your kind of like trinket or amulet of Thorvald, and you feel that it's vibrating slightly.
I don't have. The only one I have is on my shield because the other one I gave to.
I have
Sorry,
the amulet.
stop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have
well.
the amulet.
Kouri, you feel the amulet vibrating slightly, and Astus, you feel that the armband of Badenfort is vibrating slightly as well.
You do realise that you lot just carried on without me.
It's the morning,
Yeah.
mate. It's going to
Dude,
continue.
you-
No,
gone
it
like
wasn't
30
recording.
seconds.
Still recording.
Fine, you were gone like 30 seconds.
So we're going to do the morning thing anyway. That's
Kouri, can you help me find some firewood, mate?
This is going to be impossible.
I mean, I'm happy to help. That is not an issue. I'm sure they might have some firewood within that town.
Kouri, help me find some firewood, please.
Okay, sure. I'll follow him.
And one through an appropriate distance from the village. Well, from from where we were, and once we got at least like 10 sticks each to make it legit. I was like, mate, I had a really fucking vivid dream last night, and I saw my god alongside the bear, and I felt my shield shuddering. I can't stop thinking about this fucking bear.
You saw your god, yes.
Yeah.
What that means is that Badenfort, a god.
Who's Baden for?
Badenfort is the spirit bear. One beast to protect doors. He is one for fortifying. He is my god. The god I sacrifice my vitality towards. The one I wish to serve and protect those who cannot.
Hang on, when you say you sacrifice it, I've seen it a couple of times. I just thought it was a bit kinky. You literally give him your essence to increase his power.
I show devotion to my god. To show devotion,
Okay.
it requires sacrifice. I'll show him my hand, which at this point in time should be scarred as fuck.
Yeah. There's a few well-healed scars, but there are
Emo.
Is that what you fucking want?
there are two relatively fresh wounds. One's very fresh. Another one looks like it's nearly a week's old.
Okay, level 1 cure wound straight away before we do anything else.
Okay.
Alright, it's not going to be much. I can roll for it. We'll roll for it.
You can do. I mean, he will be fully healed because he had a full rest, but it's up to you.
It's like 9 points of healing. Just to get rid of-
Exactly the amount I lost.
Nice. There we go. Perfect.
As he does that, like, thank you.
Well, that is literally when the dice, like, are
Nice
in
cards.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, you've been on a path of turmoil recently. You have said you do not know your god.
Yeah, I agree. You're correct. I agree.
I asked my god for a blessing. For that, I slice deeper than I usually do to guarantee that I can at least give my god enough power to connect the bridge between you and yours. I want you to realize the potential hidden within. Potential you cannot see yet. You are blessed. Your god smiles upon you. But you need to realize this.
Well, I've never felt as close to him as I do today, but I feel closer to him because of what you've just said, mate.
You gave me a symbol of your god.
Uh-huh.
As payment, I gave you a symbol of my god. With such devotion to those who worship so many gods, those who are accepting of others, was enough fuel for me to sacrifice what I have, blood-wise, to allow such a connection.
Bloody hell. So I'm going to tap him on the shoulder and cast level 2. And he'll get my +1 for the day to his armor. Just as a
Okay.
I mean, it
Yeah.
could be level 2 inflict wounds, but that means
With that, I'll sort of smile to him as I put my hand on his shoulder and be like, we come from different clans. We may be different races. But you're the closest thing to a brother I've had in a long time.
I'll tell you what, mate. Likewise, I don't know my biological. No, we don't use that word. I don't know my family, but I know the people I call family. And I reckon that's what matters. And you're part of it.
If you're ever in turmoil, do not feel like you need to hide it. Speak to me or something like Aughan will help you out.
I mean,
I would say Lana, but I'm a bit scared about her.
I'm going to agree, and I'm going to turn to you and say, "What really, Aughan?"
Aughan, unlike, I know he might not be the most intelligent individual, but he has that spirit connection, one which I might feel is stronger than me to beat him for it. He might not realize it yet, but
I
he
may
is
know
truly
more-
blessed.
I may know more about that than you do. Let's see what happens.
You know more about that? I doubt it. I've been listening to everything he's been saying.
We shall see. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for bringing me.
Why do I feel like people are
You're doing
steering
God's,
me?
you're
Steering
doing
me
God's
in-
work by bringing me closer to my God.
It's the least I can do. We've got a big fight ahead of us.
Why do I feel like people are steering me in the direction of multi-class?
Don't be daft. Wouldn't do that for a thing.
I hope we have many a god.
Why are people
Many a
afraid
big
of
fight
me?
ahead of us.
Just keep your chin up, lad. We have much more stories to write. For the legends that will eventually be written one day.
I've heard this notion of a god called Brandon who has a really silly face when he's pretending to listen.
We'll get to him later.
Okay, so are you heading back to the cabin? Yeah.
We'll head back to the cabin.
You head back to the cabin. I'm gonna fast track it a little bit now because there's not a lot much more to be said. So
We've used so much fucking time.
you head back to the cabin, and I'll say that the rations have been prepared. So knock off 2 days worth of rations because of yesterday and today.
I knocked off yesterday, so I knocked off today's as well for me.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So you prepare the tender arrives and he says to you, "Good luck on your journey, and you're welcome back here anytime." And you make your way out of the village, and there's quite a lot of people that seem to be quite happy that you've helped, and you have random people coming up to you and like shaking your hands or patting you on the back. And as you head out, can you all make a perception check for the first day's worth of travel, please?
With pleasure. Hope it's not fucking that one.
Ooh.
19.
Ooh, 16.
Unnatural 20.
Great.
Congratulations.
Are they with my dice, Jim?
Say again.
They were my dice.
Yep.
You are fucking welcome.
We only played the
18 for me.
campaign with the dice that you gave us.
Dice then. Okay, so you've all rolled pretty well. So the path out of this little town, it's relatively flat for the first probably couple of hours, but after a couple of hours and you're heading downhill, and you do see in the distance that there's the Great River, and the Great River, it stretches for miles. You can't see the end of it, and you can't see the start of it. It's just there, and it's kind of on the horizon a little bit.
How wide is this river? I mean, I know it's long, but how, like, from shore to shore?
You've crossed it before. It's about a mile.
Okay, so you can barely see the end of it.
Yeah, it's from where you are, because you've crossed it before on like your journey to the marshlands. You know it's a mile, but from where you are now, you're like, if you haven't seen it before, like Astus, it looks like the coast. It genuinely looks like it's going on to sea. But as you work your way down this like large hill that you're heading down, you do kind of see just remnants of a shore on the other side. So it's a like, no word of lie. It's called the Great River for a reason. It's a great motherfucking river. But as you head down this kind of long winding path, you do see a very, very slight kind of, it's not even a settlement, it's loads smaller than the one you've seen. You see what looks like a couple of tents and maybe one building right on the shore, and you see what looks like a boat right up against the port. And as you make your way down, you don't see much else really. At this side, it's not as flat and farmland like you've had before. The closer you get to the river, it becomes slightly more rocky. It becomes you're going through small ravines to get kind of down towards the river, and you're about a mile, maybe a little bit less from the river, and you see that there's a very, very small encampment right on the edge of the river, and it's got a large barge that's on the river. Now, the three of you that have already crossed the river, you know this is the Great Barge, and the Great Barge is a large boat that gets pulled across the river by large chains, and it's basically a ferry from one side of the river to the next. It only leaves late afternoon once a day. So if you go from one side to the other, you can't get back in the same day. Now, at the time you're travelling now, it's just after lunchtime. You've been travelling for a few hours, going down the ravines and all that. You've probably got another hour's worth of travel to get to where you can see. Are you just fast tracking it there, or do you want to do anything else before? Otherwise, I can fast track it.
I was going to fast track because there's nothing.
Yeah, just fast track because I would have just said we really need to fucking hurry up to get that barge.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. You know that there are a couple of other crossing points that aren't a mile wide because you get into the end of the river where you are now. But there are another couple of crossing points. There's no bridges, but there are kind of smaller ferrymen and stuff like that. But this is the main crossing point to get into the Martlands. And as you work your way down, you see that there's a scattering of like 12 tents, and there's one wooden building that looks like it's a stores for people that want to like camp out over the night or that don't have camping provisions and all that kind of stuff. But you go over there and you see that there's a group of people. There's probably about 50 people here. They're all every different race, every different age. There looks like there's travellers. It looks like there's people that man the ferries. There's no town around this, strangely enough. But as you approach, you see that there's a large orc who kind of goes, "Hello there. Are you looking to cross the Great River? We're leaving soon."
Well, that is the plan.
Okay then. Well, it's a gold per person to cross the river. It's a dangerous hour or two over there, and we only have the best workmen to get over there. So,
A gold?
we're looking at leaving in about an hour.
A gold? Last time I crossed this, it was 5 silver.
Make a deception check for me.
You bartering piece of shit, I love it.
Deception. That's not great. That's a 9.
Oh, he's like, well, my big friend, and you're big, and even for an orc, he's not small. Orcs come to about 7+ feet, and he's probably on the higher end of that. So he kind of like walks up to you, and he smells of wet. He smells of.
Sorry, hold on,
being
did you say
around
he's
water.
higher than 7 foot?
I was to say,
Pretty much
I'm
bang on 7
over
foot.
7 foot.
So I'm not that. So he's not that much shorter than me.
Yeah. So like I mean, orcs are big anyway. Orcs are very rarely below 6 foot. They're normally 7 foot plus. But he's a big orc. But he kind of he walks up to Aughan and goes, "Well, you obviously travelled over here about 10 years ago then, because I've worked on this barge for 10 years and
I'll tell you what, big lad. I'll tell you what, mate. I'm skinned as fuck, but I'm on a mission from my god to get over there.
I would like to put my hand on Astus at that moment. Just sort of.
We will happily run security on this trip if you can give us a discount.
He looks down and
Plus,
goes,
I'm
and he
half
actually-
a person.
he kneels down and he goes, "Look, no offence. Is this the first time you've seen the Great
Offence
River?"
taken. Offence already taken. But come on.
Offence taken. Well, let's just say I hire my own security crew for the journey over, and the goddess, hang on, the goddess. Oh God, where's she gone? Okay. The goddess Cordilla, the serpent mistress, she guides my path. So, unless you're better than a god, I don't need any security.
I
But-
Our best against our best. Free passage.
would like to put my hand
One on
on.
one, no death.
I would like to put my
What
hand on
about if
Astus
we
and
help
I
with
just
the
sort of tell him.
security?
Right. Yeah. Kouri's been saying I would like to put my hand on his shoulder for a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah, I heard. But go on.
I'll put my hand on Astus to sort of look at him directly in the eyes to sort of be like, no. As
Okay.
I look towards the orc and be like, listen, friend. I'm happy to pay the toll for hold on. For
I would say, like, one on one, your best against my best would be a great thing to do, but
Astus,
we will pay the toll.
we do not wish for violence here. This is not worth the moment of violence.
Yes, you're right, and I've heard it. We're paying the toll.
Listen,
but that
I
would
like
be just fun.
I will pay the toll.
luckily, he takes it as a joke, and you see him. He's proper guttural. I like a bit of spunk in you other races. Anyway,
I wanted to like buff Aughan and just watch him fight. It'd be amazing.
It would be hilarious, don't get me wrong. But regarding the toll, I'll happily pay the toll. Just keep in mind, if anything is to go wrong, do not count out the dwarven friend.
But mate, at the end of the day, we are 60 miles from Chicago. We've got half a tank of gas. It's dark and we're wearing sunglasses.
Jesus
Fuck
Christ.
you referencing, you cunt.
Hate my life. So,
James, you're banned from talking for 5 minutes.
Be chatting fun.
Not on my Zoom. Thank you.
I'll use the party gold
Oh,
funds.
I thought we were on my OnlyFans. Oh shit.
Not yet, mate. I've seen them. I'll use the party funds to pay for the passage.
Okay. So he kind of holds his hand out and he takes the money and he goes, okay.
Hang on a minute. I'd rather have fought. Because it would be Jim fighting, not me.
Anytime fucking Asta speaks in that situation, I will give him the fucking evils like, shut your fucking mouth.
Every word's a health point down.
Kouri, I'm going to hand you 2 gold.
I'll put that back straight away into the party fund.
Okay, that's fine. So he says, all right, well, gather your provisions. We're leaving soon. We can take carts, we can take people, we can take goods. There's no extra charge. It's a gold either way. Now we've got a few other passengers, so make room. But is there anything you want to do on the hour before you travel over?
Oh,
how much is a cat?
So
Which is a what?
A cat. A tiny, tiny cat.
Tiny
James, what the hell are you on about?
sorry, Caleb, I didn't realise you were playing.
How much is a cat?
A cat.
cat. You have no idea. Oh, are you actually asking him?
Yeah.
Well, if it starts off as a humanoid beast, then it would probably be just a gold. I'll be honest, I've never been asked that before. So
It's like,
throw me.
for fuck's sake, there goes my plan. I'll just walk away.
Can I look at who
How
else
much is a cat?
in the camp? Because you know you
I
mentioned
know
there's like a
what he
massive
was
camp.
implying.
Yeah, there's a relatively big camp. Yeah.
Where's
Can
the
I-
massive cat?
Can I have a look around to see what kind of people are in that camp?
Yeah, make a perception check for me.
Shit. Sorry, dice off the table. It's not that great. It's a 9.
Looking round, they look like peasants. They look like traders. They look like maybe a couple of hired mercenaries, but no one who looks like Scarlett Hook. I know that's what you're asking.
The smoker, a joker.
I was actually curious about the standard racist kind of thing, to be honest with you, mate. I was just curious about the general thing. I wasn't looking for Scarlet Hook.
Mostly human, few half elves, couple of elves, no dwarfs, unfortunately. Dwarves are relatively rare in the Southlands, and then mostly humans. It seems like the March Sands, at the very least, are predominantly human.
Anyone in the look I did anyone look like they were kind of like desperate for travel, or did they look like they were going for the travel?
No, it doesn't. It looks like people know how much it costs to get across the Great River, and no one's come here unprepared.
Okay, sorted. Thank you.
All right. So,
In that hour that we're waiting, I would like to cast Speak with Animals
okay.
and say to the horses, so my darlings, how are you feeling today?
Oh God, it's fucking heavy again.
The large, fully brown stallion that's with you.
Timmy, just say nay.
He turns to you and he goes, "Oh, it's a bit cold in these winters, but you feed us well most of the time, and we drag your cart wherever you need. We're okay. We could do with a little extra bedding and a little extra feed, but other than that, we're fine."
I'll sort
Healthy
that
as a
out
horse.
for you, my darlings.
That's the best horse voice I can do, just to let you know.
I'll be honest with you, that's similar to the Matt Mercer's baby impression during that
Hello,
one
yeah.
episode before.
To be fair, I was pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
Yes, mother.
Okay.
Bless the world.
So, Is there anything else you want to do over that hour, or are we just going to go?
I'm ready to go.
No, ready to go.
Okay.
I am
Okay,
ready
so-
to go, yes.
You board the large barge, and you see that there's a large crank wheel in the middle of the barge. And I will say, no, I'm not going to say it yet. But it starts to crank as everyone's loaded on, and you see the orc is like, "Come on, you scallywags, get on the boat!" And you hear a ching, 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 as something underneath starts to crank the boat across, and you see that there's a large, I mean, we're talking, it's like the Titanic anchor kind of chain, is dragging the boat across the river. And the river's relatively calm. You can hear the breaking of ice as you cross the first part of the river. And after about an hour, you come to the centre of the river. And we're going to take a quick pause there because I need to go piss before I start this bit.
That's a fucking big river.
Lot of nervous piss. The Kraken comes out the blue. The Kraken kills the ship.
I've put the brake on. It's all right. We can all chat. I've put the brake on.
The interesting thing for the YouTube is when Justine goes in a certain direction, looks like she's just wearing like something around her shoulders and nothing else.
So Brandon, how you doing, mate?
Oh, pretty good. How do I get a cool background?
Oh shit. Jake sent me this earlier.
Are you on a mobile device?
Yeah.
I'm not sure then. So on a desktop, I don't know if it's the same on a mobile. You've got your kind of microphone options and your video options.
Okay, let's see. Settings, right?
I'm not going to lie, whilst you're doing this, I am going to be looking for the best opportunity to screenshot your face to use as my background.
Go for it.
James,
Okay.
Stop
you
it.
are not.
Keep your fucking background, you twat.
James, behave.
I've already clocked it once. Stop it. Get some help.
Get
Right then.
some help. Hang on, Jake. Hold
well,
your
it doesn't
guns.
matter.
Hold your horses.
My horses have been held.
Have you found
Wow.
it, Brandon?
Brenda, you look really in thought.
Can I just say, and I didn't want to say this in the game because it's going to go on the stream, I am so fucking jealous of that hoodie.
Oh, my.
That
Agree.
is the
Hard agree.
fucking-
Hard agree.
Best hoodie ever.
Goodbye, the Cheetos man looks like he's about to pop into this situation like, hey, you want something cheesy?
No, except it's flaming hot.
Cheesy and hot.
Where
Do you like
do
something
even
with a
get
little bit of-
something like that from?
Say again.
Where do you even get a Cheetos hoodie from?
Fuck
Oh,
no.
Amazon.
Canadian.
I should probably change it to like,
Canadian.
hey, would you like something
hot?
I forgot to do a Spanish accent. Fernando. Well, it's because it's loud.
Yeah.
That was whack as fuck.
You're not.
Okay. Okay. Record, my
My
son.
son, there's your accent, Fro. Let's shut up and let's listen to Jake.
Accents are not very good.
Are we ready to go?
We are back.
Okay, cool. Right then. So,
Oh, hang on. What happened?
Now we're back.
Why did Brandon and James switch places?
Well,
Does
no
not
idea.
matter.
Maybe because you don't know what you're doing yet.
No. On Zoom, on the Zoom screen, you've both switched places. So now
You can drag them, you know.
Yeah, it's probably my fault because I accidentally
all
stopped
swap.
the video.
Ah,
They all
there we
fucking
go.
swap.
There we go. All sorted. All sorted. Carry
so
on.
after about an
This is why I don't
hour
do
of
fuck
being
face
on the river, you get to the centre point of the river. And can you all tell me what you'd be doing on this vessel?
I am going to be harassing Lana about her magic.
Okay. More so, where would you be on this vessel?
Brandon, behave yourself.
Your big brother's talking.
But I would assume that I would get Lana at the bar to ask her about her magic more detail, mostly because she's got so much more knowledge, well, more magic than we've actually been aware of.
The bar.
So I'm trying to get.
There's a bar on the barge.
I assume so.
I was just thinking that we would say about the cart.
I thought it'd be a big open kind of like a
Okay.
huge raft.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how boats work.
Okay, so right. Okay,
We're not
listen
on a
up.
ferry. Let's take this one.
It's a large. It's basically a boat that's been recommissioned into a draggable ferry. So there's no sail because a sail would be bad for a ferry. It's a single platform that has a large kind of hamster wheel in the middle of it that's dragging the boat across with massive chains.
Right.
There's a cargo hold that's got loads of like the carts are kept, and most people are on the deck.
Right.
What's in the hamster
You know
wheel?
what? Hang on. You know what?
Hang on. Brad's got a word to say. Carry on.
What's in the hamster wheel?
You don't know because whatever's pulling it is from below deck. But if you're really that interested, you could just jump on Roll20 and I can show you what it looks like.
Yes, please.
Oh, he's on roll
I
20.
am on roll 20.
He is, yeah.
I am
Oh, I
on roll
need
20
to-
as well.
Give me a second.
And
I really hope
can
this is how we meet the
Oh,
fucking
no.
hamster.
stream on roll
Brad.
20. Oh, hang on.
Okay, I see it.
I really hope Brad is playing a hamster.
I've
Not
got a
lying.
big white screen.
Minus 5 to every stat. It'd be amazing.
It would
Oh,
actually
he's
be
a
nice,
hedge
right.
hamster.
It's gonna
You know,
be
like the
fun.
rat men that you fought. It's basically a hamster version. Anyway, so
Oh.
that's pretty much what you're looking at. Yeah.
Give me a second.
No.
Mine is loading. For some reason, it was on. I set it up, and then it wasn't on.
Brenda, you don't move your character.
Brenda,
Yeah, he
his
calls him
name's
Brenda.
Brenda.
you talking to the Queen?
Yes. So.
He's called Brenda. Don't do that.
So, about halfway through the voyage,
there we go.
about an hour or so's it, you come across a Roger Patrabalaba.
Barkin.
How do you spell that?
Okay, so crossing the Great River, you see a wreckage of a small boat floating down the river. And there seems to be some kind of body on the ruined deck of a man in a plain white sailor's clothes with a large red stain gathered from one end of his arm. He seems to be moving and groaning slightly, which shows he's alive. Skadoosh.
So we look at the Goliaths and say, you know that we can't say no to looking after it.
So, if you're on Roll20, that's what you see. You're on the boat, or the ferry, and you see, like, the ruins of a boat with a couple of, like, small dinghy kind of raft things floating around. It looks like this boat's been damaged considerably. And you don't
They're
see...
not called rafts or dinghies. They're called tenders. But you're correct.
Fucking hell, James, just accept the fucking facts and play the game! You twat!
Technically, the tender was the bloke that you just met in the little village, so...
No, that's a tender. But anyway, I'll shut up. I'm a
I'm about to
cunt.
throw you into the vendor. And then the blender.
At this point, I'm going to say the tender is Fro's feelings.
They are very hurt.
So, anyway... distracting bunch of fox. You see a wreckage of a boat that seems to be very, very slowly kind of edging down the river. And it does look like there's some kind of humanoid body on part of the deck. The rest of the boat is sinking, but you do see someone, and he's lying on his back, and you can see him kind of move a little bit, and he's obviously hurt. But what do you want to do? You're on it
I
now.
would like to whistle very loud, like, you know, one of them two-finger whistles that I can't do.
Okay, make a
You mean like those really,
check.
really loud whistles?
Make a performance check for me.
Performance. That's a 10.
A 10. Okay, you manage to kind of stick your fingers in your mouth, and there's like half a whistle, and it's like, but doesn't seem to go very far.
And when I realize that doesn't work, I would like to shout, "Hey, can you hear me?"
Okay, Brenda, would you say you are conscious or unconscious?
Fading between in and out.
Okay, can you
Yes.
make a perception check with disadvantage for me then, please?
Sure. 4.
Oh,
Okay. You hear something.
Do you plus
don't
or
know what the
minus
fuck it
anything
is.
from
So
that?
you're lying there and you kind of hear a muffled sound in your ears. as you're laid back on the deck, kind of like feeling sorry for yourself and like, oh god, I feel so bad, and you hear something.
Brandon, I'm so glad you rolled the same as the rest of us. Welcome to the party.
That is true.
Brandon, did you add what you needed to add there?
What?
So it'll
Okay,
be,
so when you
it'll be
roll-
whatever you rolled on the d20, and then plus your proficiency. So it'll be perception. So with
Perception
disadvantage, you roll
is-
twice and take the lowest number, and then you add whatever. Like, so if you've got +2 in
Perception.
Okay. I just rolled a second time, and I got 10, and my perception is +2.
okay, so you'd have 6
So I have to
because
pick
you
the
take
4,
the lowest
which is the
number.
You
lowest.
take the lowest number
Yeah.
because
Okay,
Okay.
6.
So yeah, I'd say you hear something, and it doesn't sound like the crashing of waves, but you do hear something. And I'd probably say you do kind of push yourself up a little bit to look around, and you do see. You look around, you see a ruined boat, you see bits of driftwood floating around. You do see a couple of bodies of your crewmates under the water, but you do see a large chain and a large barge slowly moving past you as you kind of prop yourself up on the boat. It's up to you lot now. What do you want to do? I can't really help it.
I would like to look at the situation because I know she's alive and I know she's pretty fucked.
Did we all hear Lana when she went, hey?
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
like to say to Lana in the moment, be like, out of curiosity, do you by chance have any rope?
A what?
Do you have any rope?
Rope.
Yes.
I have 50 meters in my packet. Sorry, 50 feet because
I
That's
do
what you
have rope.
That is perfect. I have an idea because that guy looks like he's about to die. And
one guy.
I will slap Astus on the shoulder and point at the person with one arm.
Fucking hell. Yeah, alright.
He's about to die. So I have an idea. It might not work, but it depends. First and first, Lana, can you turn into a fish by any chance?
Not yet, no.
Okay, second plan.
Sea lion, perhaps?
We can combine the rope together to increase the length of the rope. If you tie the rope around me, I can try and get to him.
How far can you throw?
It's not, I will tie it around me. I will swim to him.
How far can you throw?
I am not aware of how far I can throw. I've not tested it.
That's worth the shot first before you get wet. because
Why do you
It's
ask?
awful for your skin.
I'm tiny. If you can wrap the rope around me and throw me across.
Did you say that you were Chinese and you were tiny and we could throw you?
Yes.
If you want to be thrown, I would recommend me, Aughan, and Astos give you a bit of a toss.
Leg and a wing.
Seriously, did you say that because you were Chinese, we could pick you up and throw you?
Tiny.
Tiny, you
Tiny.
prick.
Tiny. Okay, sorry. Sorry.
So what we can do is combine the rope together, increase the length of the rope. With that, at least it gives you enough time to get back when we pull you back. So with that, I'll grab Lana's rope. I'll start making a knot as tight as I can.
Okay. If you're looking at throwing now, I'd need an athletics check from. If you're doing a leg and a wing.
I'm
it'd
in
be-
there.
Okay.
So you get guidance, by the way.
Okay. So the two people that are doing the leg and the wing, I need a athletics check from both of you.
Okay. I just want to make sure the rope is tight.
I
so at least
cannot
it's not to me.
believe we are throwing the halfling.
That's how Goliaths do shit.
Kouri gets.
What else are you supposed to do with a halfling?
True. Well, wear him as a condom, according to Aughan.
Half as much as you do with a full thing, apparently.
Don't be mean.
Who said they use condoms?
Okay, for me, that's going to be a 15.
Okay.
Is that with guidance, mate?
That's with guidance. It's a
Oh,
15.
shit.
I'm sorry, I rolled pretty bad.
Oh, do we have guidance? Who's got guidance?
I've got
Not
guidance.
you.
Oh,
I rolled a
okay.
4 on
man.
guidance.
Lana's gonna crash into the side of the boat.
Uh,
Smack.
Because of where you live, at least
Killed
say
Russell.
the boot.
Oh shit! Sorry,
It wasn't-
I didn't add.
it
I didn't add my
wasn't
Biden for proficiency. That'd be 16.
9 for me.
9.
Sorry, that's 16. But I didn't add Biden force.
Okay, so as you kind of heave ho, you yeet the halfling, and you manage to get quite a decent way. But
Bye bye, Lana.
Can you put me whereabouts am I?
yeah, so you were there, and when they threw you, because Aughan got lower, luckily for you, you swung and you hit there, so you're basically hanging onto the side of the boat. So because he rolled lower,
Okay, I
it
can
wasn't
work
a
with
straight
this.
throw, it was on the squiff. So you land and you kind of hang onto the side of the sinking ship, and you kind of like, and you can just about hold on.
So I'm
from a-
hanging on. At that point when I'm hanging on, I would like to change into a giant spider.
Of course you do.
Druids, man.
Fucking dudes, man.
Druid.
Since I'm actually holding on to wood.
Yeah. It's a solid surface, but you've only got probably 5 foot until it's going underwater.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
guess you kind of like hold on to what you've got. Doesn't make a difference if you're ready or not. You've got each other, and that's enough for love.
By the way, Jake, quick question: how far is it from the boat to the water? From where we are to the water?
Where you are to the water, it's
Yes.
about 15 feet.
15
From
feet.
where
So,
she is to the water, it's about 5 feet.
hold on, I need to work it out because at the moment, since the ropes are connected, that's at least 100 feet of movement. I just want to make sure that we're within range. That's all. With the boat going upwards and stuff.
100 feet.
100 feet in total. 'Cause 50 feet plus 50 feet, 100. Yeah.
So I wild shape into giant spider. And climb
Okay,
onto the wood.
I think you might have got your maths wrong, Fro. It's about 40 feet of rope that you've used so far.
So 4 feet of ropes being used at the moment. Because I mean, I tied both of them together. I want to make sure that we're not using the maximum amount of it. That's
Oh,
mapped out.
okay, yeah. So yeah, you've used about 40 feet's worth, give or take a couple
Okay,
of
so
foot.
we've at least got 60 feet left. Cool.
Alright, I did actually do the Pythagoras, and yeah, you're about 50 feet from the boat. If you're going to be exact about it, you're well under 100 feet.
Well, my point being is that we wrap 2 ropes together to make sure that we don't fuck up, you twat.
Yeah, but I love the way you're so anal about it. But you are okay.
The unfortunate thing I'm thinking here is a delirious unknown man is on a boat and he's about to get fucking picked up by a giant spider.
Yep.
About to drown
That's
I'm going
I
to. So I'll do. I don't know. Heal.
Hang on. Let Lana do what she was going to do.
Okay, so I climb onto the boat.
Yeah.
I would like to do silent speech to the unknown humanoid on the ruins
Okay.
and say, at the moment I look like a spider, but I'm a friend.
Okay, so
You can answer, by the way. And you hear this in your head.
Airfuck, you hear in your head, I do look like a spider, but I'm not a spider. And you don't see anyone speaking to you, just hear that in your head.
at this point, I think I'm just too injured and drained to do anything. But I would like to do a constitution check, or not a constitution check. I would like to maybe drag myself closer if possible.
Okay, make just a straight strength. So roll a d20, add your strength modifier for me.
Ooh. Where's strength modifier? It's by strength. Okay, that's +3. 19 plus 3.
Oh, good. Okay, so you kind of spin yourself around, and your body's aching. You realise that you go to grab with one hand, and it just kind of there's nothing there, and you grab with the other one, and pure adrenaline pulls you forward, and you manage to get right to the very edge of the boat. I'll say you're there. You manage to get right to the edge of the boat as you drag yourself, and you can see this spider in front of you. It's kind of latched onto the side of the boat with its pincers going right in your face, and you're just kind of like, eat me.
Yep.
But yep, okay, that's me done.
Okay, I will again silent speech. Say, we will try and get you to the barge going past.
Okay.
I nod knowingly.
I was going to say, to be fair, Brandon, with silent speech, it's a really fucking weird one, but you can hear it in your head. So if she's speaking to you in a halfling form, you can't see her mouth move, but you can reply in your head to her. So if you did want to reply, you're more than welcome.
I just nod knowingly.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Okay, so you see, Lani, you see this kind of strange, kind of like pale green skinned creature. It's got very small tusks poking out from the bottom of its bottom jaw.
How
Kind of look at you, blood over his face, bruises, and kind of just nods at you. And you're like, that was a nod. That was definitely a nod.
How far am I from the barge? From the closest one of my allies?
B, I think 35, 40.
30 feet. So yeah, 35 feet.
Would you say that the closest is 30 feet?
No, 35 feet. Because you're about 5 foot down below them. So it'll be about 35 feet.
Okay, I change back into my halfling form.
Okay, so fuck, you see this kind of this spider suddenly just its form kind of shivers a little bit, and its legs back into 2 legs and 2 arms, and you're like, whoa, that person's smaller than I thought they were going to be.
And
And you have a halfling in front of you.
And I shout back, I'm gonna tie the rope around him and pull us back.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tie the rope around the person I see.
Okay, so you kind of like take it off yourself and you wrap it around his waist and you hold on to yourself. Are you shouting back to the others to pull you back?
Yeah.
Okay, so as those of you on the boat, you're kind of holding the rope as taut as you can. And you see that there's water lapping at the bottom of the boat, and you pull it tighter and you manage to get just above the waterline. And she shouts back, "Pull me back, please!" That's my best Russian accent.
It's not Russian.
I don't have a Russian accent.
Okay. Scandinavian then.
Latvian.
And
Eastern European.
who's holding the rope now?
I am.
Would it be all 3 of you?
I'm holding the main.
Yeah, I'd be holding it.
Okay.
Yes, me too. But I'm going to prep an action for when he gets on board.
Okay, can you all roll an athletics check, please?
That'll be fun.
Ooh, that's not too bad.
Okay.
No, that's way better than I thought. Hold on.
Okay.
22.
Okay. I'll beat you for it.
Okay.
Go on.
I mean, I had to use guidance for that, by the way.
24.
Mine is a +5 athletics. It's a 1 + 5, so that's a 6.
Wow.
Is that a natural
Amazing.
one?
Amazing rolls, amazing rolls.
I mean, 22 for me, and fucking whatever Jim got.
Hang
24.
on. Everybody,
I'm gonna,
do
like,
your decks.
I'm gonna get torn in half by this rope.
24.
Jim, what did you get?
I got
24. But
Damn.
F rolled a natural 1.
I thought that the people only pulling the rope needed to.
I did, yeah. Airfox doesn't need to roll.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so unfortunately, Brenda, you just hurt yourself. Astless, what did you get?
I got the best roll of the night. I got a 5.
Oh, mate, no word of a lie. No word of a lie. That roll got you to the number, well, above the number that you needed to get him to the boat. Otherwise, he'd be drifting in the fucking water. So,
And you had to roll a fucking 5. What?
No,
No,
The DC
combined throw.
no, the DC was 50 to get him all the way to the boat.
Oh.
The max you could have got if you all rolled like unnatural 20s was 60. The max DC was 50. All your rolls added together, so it was 46 for you two, and then Astus's 5 took you over the 50. So,
I said
overall,
that
you-
happened purely because I was at the back of the tug of rope and I just
Yeah.
fell off my arse.
yeah. So the 2 Goliaths kind of like they pull on tug of war, wrap it round their arm, and they're like, And they look at each other and nod and go 3, 2, 1, hoo! And he just gets fucking launched off the kind of receding boat, the deck that he was on. As Astus has kind of got it over his shoulder and he just lunges forward just at the wrong second and face plants the deck. But you see a half orc in kind of like quite a nice looking kind of dark blue trench coat and a pretty fancy hat covered in blood, and a halfling fly through the air and land on the deck and just skid with muck and dirt and water all over them. And they're like, shh. And yep, you've just saved Efok, but you don't know it's called Efok yet, so you can't.
So immediately, I would like whoever this person is to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay, Brenda.
Fuck.
DC is only 13.
4.
Oh God.
4.
Brandon, did you add your saving throw stats to that?
What is the saving throw stat?
But you've got saving throw above your proficiencies.
Zero is same for a 0.
Yeah.
So it is a 4.
Yep.
It's just to cast whole person once we talk to him, and I'll release it once we know that they're friendly.
Okay, so you are stuck in play.
So Brandon, you kind of slide along the deck, and the halfling kind of loses your grip, and the halfling kind of slides a couple of feet next to you. And as you kind of like, you're aching all over, and you push yourself up to get up, suddenly your whole body just goes, and you freeze, and you're like trying to move, and you cannot move at all. As 2 Goliaths and a dwarf kind of straighten up, and they drop the rope to one side, and they kind of stand over you. And I'll say, bad boys for lifestyle. You've got the dwarf in front of you and the 2 Goliaths behind him, bearing down on this new dude.
I was so tempted to teabag him, but since he's not an NPC, I'm not going to.
Well, that's up to you.
Cheers, Ashley.
Find out what happens.
So, yeah, what do you want to say?
I apologise, friend. We've rescued you from what I suspect is a situation, but we're trying to look after ourselves. I'll release this paralysis shortly. Maybe you could chat to my friends, and we'll look after you.
Can you do something about my arm?
Yeah, I'll do a cure wounds on you straight away. But is that okay, Jim?
Let me have a quick look at the wound. See what I can do.
Can you both roll a medicine check for me, Astus and Kouri?
Cool. Yeah, we'll do. One second. Let me just grab my D20 and my guidance because it's still procking.
Brandon.
Sorry, how long does guidance last for, by the way, Astus?
A minute.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been... Okay, guidance won't affect this one.
No, the minute would have been gone by now.
Brandon, what do I see when I look at your arm?
Oh, shit. So, medicine check, yeah?
Hang on, Jim.
What?
Hang on, Jim. Hang on, Jim. Hang on, Jim. Hang on, Jim. Jim, hang on.
Okay, I'm
Hang on,
hanging. I'm hanging on.
Hang
Medicine check 22.
Jesus.
Sorry.
Okay, it's
This is
not
my
high
thing.
DC, but you both see kind of, can you do something with my arm, and the kind of the way he's kind of lay. You do see that he's got like his coat slightly torn, he's got cuts, he's got bruises. It looks like something like evidently his ship's just gone down. He's been injured in the process of that happening. But you do look down at his arm, and from just below his wrist, the arm has been. It hasn't been cut off. It's been ripped off. It looks like it might have been trapped, and it's been snapped and then ripped off. So you see, from about here, that the skin isn't cut like it would have been from a sword or an axe. It looks like it's been torn, and the bone snapped off. And at the minute, he's got a bloody stump with a bone hanging out.
What I'd like to do in this situation is I'd like to grab my healing balm, which I purchased beforehand for these kind of moments, and I'd like to sort of rub it into the wound to sort of patch it up.
Okay. Make another medicine check with advantage for me, please, mate.
Shit, sorry, a thing fell off the desk. So
You
first
are
one's 14, second one's 18 plus 22 again.
22. Okay, good. So as you kneel down, and he's still in the kind of whole person, so he's kind of like he's half kneeling on it. It's relatively difficult to get to, but you do manage to kind of pull his arm up, and you put a bandage around the bottom of the wound to kind of cut off the circulation, and you get the kind of healing paste that's like loads of different herbs and acids and stuff like that to eat away bacteria. You kind of press that in, and Brenda, even though you're frozen in place, you do feel burning as he's doing that. And as you press this paste in,
level 2 as well.
again,
I gave him a cure wounds level 2 for 12 points.
Sound. So you feel the burning, and then as soon as the dwarf kind of touches your other arm, the burning disappears, and the kind of brown, earthy skinned Goliath wraps the bandage round the paste, and it kind of all goes numb as you feel whatever he's done, it's helped, but you've still got a problem with not having a hand, basically.
I would like to turn to the other members of our party and say, the moment you tell me to release him, I will do.
Keep
But
that in mind.
right now, I trust no one.
For this
Keep
moment.
the interrogation and give me the nod, and I will release him. I'll turn to this little green-skinned person on the floor and say, sorry, this big green person on the floor.
I was going to say,
I'm sorry, brother. We've got to be careful. We've got to be careful. And I'll leave the interrogation to these guys.
I'd like to look him directly in the eyes for this moment. And I'd be like, why are you on a sinking vessel?
My crew decided to mutiny.
Hello, Travis Willingham. Nice to see you.
When he says, my crew's decided to mutiny, I will turn to Aughan and be like, do you know what that means?
Yeah, I was going to say, you two especially, probably Lana, actually, no, all of you, you know that a crew is normally someone that travels with someone else, so like you lot are like a crew, but mutiny, yeah, that word doesn't ring true with any of you.
So I'll look Aughan directly in the eyes and be like, do you know what that means?
I think mutiny must mean wreck the boat.
Okay, that makes sense.
Wreck the boat, baby.
So-
wreck the boat.
Don't wreck the boat, honey!
So why did your crew wreck the boat?
You're no sailor, are you?
Well, I'm pretty much a land lover. Not a fan of the sea.
No fan of the sea, eh? Well, I'll tell you what happened. What happened was, my crew decided I was no longer fit to own a ship anymore. They
Okay.
decided to chain me to the mast by my right hand and leave me to crash into that chain over there.
So is that how you lost your hand, or was the hand happened to disappear in a different sort of situation?
I had to pull my hand through the cuff that was attached to the mast.
So you ripped off your arm by your own volition.
It was the only way to get here.
But okay, hold on. Was you the only one which was suffering this mutiny?
Okay, I'll step in now. I'd probably say that there was a couple of crew members that were on your side, but when the mutiny happened, it was more so like it was like 20 against 5 kind of thing, where you were outnumbered, and the ones loyal to you fought to the death. But in the pursuing fight, the boat got trashed or ran aground, if you say, and it managed to bounce off the shore and get a leak and start sinking, and that's when that's like where we started off, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Did his boat get eaten by a gigantic great white shark? Because Rod Steger is in the house tonight.
What the fuck is that shark?
Kouri.
Hi, hello, Aughan.
I think what he's talking about is, when somebody makes a challenge for chieftain.
Yeah, yes. It happens rarely, but I know what you're on about.
I think he might have been the chieftain, and somebody made a challenge for it, and he's been left like this.
I would like to inside check him to
Why
see if
would
he's
you
lying.
do that?
Say again, Lana, sorry, what was
I
that?
would like to inside check him to see if he's lying.
Yeah, insight.
Seven.
Even with that low roll, you kind of look at him, and he's torn up. Like he didn't think his crew could have turned against him, and you've got no reason to doubt him right now. So as far as you are concerned, he's telling the truth.
I'm going to turn to the others and say, I'm not going to ask you for your permission. And I'm going to turn to him. I'm going to say, mate, you do something wrong, we will kill you. But I'm prepared to release my hold on you. Then turn to the others and say, if he moves, fucking kill him.
Can I have a look to see if he's carrying any weapons?
I mean, it wouldn't even like the time you've been talking to him and stuff like that. He does seem to have a couple of weapons on him. Seems like he's got a short sword. It's like slightly curved, and it looks like he might have a dagger on him. But other than that, he doesn't look well armed at all.
Oh, seriously, he's got one arm.
Oh yeah, literally, that was the joke.
I'll let you go into a sitting up position, and I'll release my hold on you. If you stand up and attack my friends, I will kill you.
He's half dead.
I know. I'm just telling him the rules. I'd rather
I will say at this point, you have a crowd of random people standing round you watching what's going on, including the captain of this ferry, who kind of stands there and goes, well, this is interesting. I've never had this one before.
I'm going to crouch down to his eye level.
Kouri.
Yes.
We need to protect this water chieftain.
Water chief. I like that. That makes perfect sense.
Water chieftain.
Water chieftain.
Bearing in mind that if I've said all that already to our unnamed friend, I will release whole person.
Okay. So,
Firstly,
With that, I'm going to crouch towards him so I can see eye level, and I'm going to be like, water chieftain. With this situation that you're in, where are you going? What's your plan?
The sea has always been my plan. I'm a son of the sea, and always will be.
I mean,
what a fucking great, amazing accent you've got, you bastard.
So my question is, if you were birthed by the sea, why are you about to drown in the sea?
The sea is a cold woman. She can give, and she can take.
In this situation, I'd recommend leaving that kind of woman, because that's not what you need.
I appreciate all this concern, but I'll tell you right now, I don't have a fucking hand.
Which I am well aware of. But until I know your true motives, or your possibility of moving forth, you're going to remain with nothing but a single hand.
Can you
a new ship. That's
can you
what
not
I
see
want.
that? Can you not see that the water chieftain has been left for dead by his tribe?
But the thing you need to understand, Aughan, is people left for dead are usually the strongest at heart. Look at Lana, left alone to die in that cave.
I growl at him.
But we have kept her alongside us on her own volition, and look how strong she is. Those who are left for dead tend to be fighting the fiercest, which is why I'm curious about what this water chieftain truly possesses. It's a water chieftain with one hand and a dedication to the sea. What are you fighting for?
My freedom. I don't want to do anything other than what I want.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the land is literally just up ahead. We could stick to the land and you'd be free as fuck.
And I'll say, at this point, you do see the other shore. It's just under an hour away from where you are, and the captain goes, "No, I don't really know what you're planning, but honestly, he looks like he could do some healing, and we're not far from land. There's a small camp on the other side of the river, so you're probably best sorting him out there, because I don't want to get any more blood on my ship."
Understandable. We do not plan to get any more blood on the ship. I'm pretty sure I healed the wound.
I mean, if somebody healed him now, he would bleed less on the ship.
No, so I will look at Kouri, and it probably gives me the number. I'll give him a level 2 cure wounds. I'm sure Lana will do.
Okay, both Lana and Astus are both casting cure wounds.
Okay,
so I thought I said it on my signal. So with that, I'm going to look directly into his eyes, waiting for a response.
I suppose I could go into town for a little bit of healing, but I best get a replacement for my hand first.
That is an issue for another day. Listen, friend. I'm going to assume you are a friend because you're basically on the verge of dying. Either way, we saved you. You are in our debt. Either way. We can provide the healing you require. But I'm more curious about the fact that you left out on sea. You could give me a few stories about what happened. A few more little bit of tidbits and information. I'm sure me and my friends will happily take your company for the time being.
It's Pete's. I love it.
Kouri,
What?
isn't it? Kouri,
I
isn't it
appreciate
obvious?
your help and everything you've done. But I will tell you, my business is my own. What I've gone through is my own business.
That's fine. Can you fight?
I'm not going to answer that. That is best left for another time.
To be honest with you, that is a very important question.
No, that is a very important question.
We need,
You
we
can-
need to know whether you can fight, whether we, if we come into trouble, are you going to hold your own, or are we going to have to babysit you?
You won't need to babysit me. If anything, you'll lose me.
I will turn at this moment to Aughan, Alana, and Astus kind of thing in the view and be like, you know how we left Arkan at home? Do you reckon this guy could replace Arkan? With like a massive smile on my face, almost like it's almost not as serious as what it is.
Oh, you mean that druggie we used to spend time with?
Yes.
He was capable, but unreliable.
Yeah. Arkan just disappeared because he was addicted to other substances.
You take me for a druggie.
That's just like my last.
No, we-
No, that was.
This sounds
old
just like
mate.
my last appraisal at work, actually. But carry on.
We've all got our vices. But he had vices that I didn't even know about. Like he was collecting herbs that did all sorts to him.
Buying
Satan's
herbs,
justice.
that was all sorts to them.
I am literally right here.
Now we're talking about Arkan.
I am well aware, but you mentioned herbs, and that is offensive.
Yeah, that's a good point.
At this point, if my stump is basically healed, I still don't have a hand. But I assume I'm not in anywhere near as much pain as I was before.
Yeah, it's more numbness. So your hand's obviously been torn off, and it's by all means it's not healed yet, but it's not like kind of healed over, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
With magical healing, that'll be done in a couple of days. But right now, the searing pain and the fact you've got no hands, that's kind of ebbed off. But you're still conscious that it's very tender and you don't have a hand anymore. So it wouldn't be like an insta heal because it's kind of like it's a bodily injury. If it comes to like being stabbed or cut or something like that, that's different. If you've had a part of your body removed, it's not going to heal in 10 minutes. It will be a couple of days at the very least until you have a stump.
Okay.
So,
So-
on Kouri's nod, Lana and I are going to give him another set of healing.
I'm still waiting for that. That's fine, mate.
Yeah. Honestly, not
Astus?
real good.
After everyone said
So-
that kind of thing, I'll look him directly in the eyes and be like,
Just keep saying it. Keep saying
do
it.
you truly believe that the sea is your mistress? Don't you wish to see more of the world?
Thinking really hard right now.
Yeah.
You believe in life
Well, I'll tell you.
after love, after love, after love.
You will tell me what?
It's fine. It's fine.
The sea gives and it takes. I'm alive today.
You
I'm
are
gonna
alive
continue
today.
being alive now.
You are alive today based on the blessings of various gods.
And I will tell
Circumstances
you-
which has happened at the moment in time. We could have left you to die and drown in the ocean that you call your mistress. But we saw a man left alone. And we wish to provide safety to that man. What you do after this moment is not up to us.
But you are in our debt.
That is true, you are in a debt. So what will you do, mischievous man?
Mysterious boy.
I will help you on
How
whatever
bizarre!
quest
How bizarre!
You
you are
I am
embarking on.
I'm sorry, you're willing to help?
I am willing to help.
I am sorry, but I do not know your name.
My name is Ifok.
I'm sorry, how do you pronounce it as Ifok?
What?
Yes.
What a fuck?
Aughan is similar to
Bastard.
our culture, where it's really guttural.
A fuck.
Yes.
Ifok.
That sounds
My
perfect.
name.
Oh, let me see if you can pronounce my name. My name is Aughan.
Aughan.
Why did that come through slow motion for me?
Thank you, internet.
It depends who's
Brandon,
spelling your
can you
name.
say that again, please? That came through in slow motion.
It was laggy, yeah.
Yeah, my internet decided to shit itself.
But at the perfect time. At the perfect time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remix.
Well, come what's called restyle?
Yeah, so TLDR, I am grateful.
Not understand. But like I said, that is Aughan. A name you should be able to pronounce due to your guttural ancestry. This halfling here is...
I'm Lana.
I tell you what, I'm going to really quickly interrupt. I want each of you, including Efok, to introduce your character and what they look like, because currently Efok does not know what you look like.
Okay. Hang on. Let me just put a little marker here so I know where to cut it. There we go. So we're gonna do introductions. So
It doesn't necessarily have to be cut because none of the viewers have actually seen know what you look like. We haven't done that.
So this is a perfect opportunity. So
no, but
Jim, could you
obviously
please go
I
first?
might put a little bit of a like an intro kind of thing into here.
Okay.
So Jim, please, you go first. Since
So should we go round? Oh no, we
Jim,
can't
go
round.
first because you're eager, you twat.
Fuck off.
I tell you what. Everyone shut the
You're
fuck
getting
up.
nervous. I'll go
I'm the
first.
boss. I'm the boss. Everyone stop talking. I'm the boss. On my screen, it goes Algin, which is supposed to be Aughan, Lana, Astus, Kouri, and Efok. Okay?
Okay.
So, Aughan first.
So are we talking like it's our introduction to him?
Yeah.
To Efok.
Yeah, so what you look like, mainly, and your name.
Okay. I am Aughan. I am. I'm tall. Even for a Goliath, I'm tall. But I'm kind of slender for a Goliath. Like I'm muscly, but not as muscly as other Goliaths. I'm young, late 20s. So I have some tattoos, but I'm just going out on my darkening, which is how I darken my body with tattoos. So the darker I get, the more battles I've won, the more foes I've killed. So yeah, that's my journey at the minute. I am just darkening myself. I am in the darkening. That's basically who I am.
Okay? You managed to 100% avoid what you actually look like, other than being tall. But okay.
Okay.
So-
No. Apart from being a Goliath, so Goliath means hairless.
It does, but you also missed. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll do Aughan's. So he's a relatively tall, young Goliath. He holds himself with a certain amount of regal stature. So you can tell that he's not just a basic clansman. He's some kind of.
He's the son of the
royalty.
chief. Son of the chief.
Yeah. He's holding a brand new sword, which is really fucking nice. He's got a
It's a
decent
very,
amount of
very sexy sword. And very
He's got
thin.
a decent amount of tattoos, but he's not completely covered. He has got wolf eyes on each shoulder blade, as well as another kind of like tribal and wolf style tattoos across a lot of his body. But he's got like probably at least 60% of his body that isn't tattooed. That he's got like his cheeks that haven't been tattooed. He's got his arms, but
Imagine
a lot of
only
him is
winning
tattooed.
40% of all your battles, bruh.
Yep. He's doing well so far.
No, I'm still young.
Yeah,
But
okay.
Also, what Aughan is famous for, not because of me, because of all of these, he basically walks around in
Hot
what they
pants.
call
Speedo.
hot pants.
Hot pants, huh?
Don't forget you're too fancy.
He
In the
he
UK,
basically
we call
just-
them budgie smugglers.
He's from the very top part of the what's it called now? The world's
Teeth, mountain.
the world's teeth, the mountains. There's this one strip of mountains which is called the world's teeth. He's from the very top of there, so it's very cold. So he came down south, and all of a sudden it was like, to everyone else it was normal, but to him it was like the tropics. So he was walking around he was just shirtless with his breeches on, which apparently were like hot pants. I never said that, but
You
yeah.
said they were called hot pants.
I never said that.
He didn't.
Brandon, if you imagine like a Quebecois person wearing a pair of Speedos at your local pool, that's Jim's character.
Okay, because I was under the impression, like, you remember from the first Harry Potter film when they say there's a troll in the dungeon? I think of that.
That's pretty much what it looks like.
University sized dick. Yes.
Yes.
So
Anyway,
that's
okay.
his Aughan.
So Aughan, that's done. Lana.
Okay. I'm a halfling. That has dark hair, long dark hair, and most of her face is burnt and looks like Freddy Krueger. And I'm
Pretty
very
much.
short.
Still would.
So a burnt chicken nugget. Gotcha.
Pretty much, yeah.
Gotcha. Burnt chicken nugget.
I like this kid.
And that's
Alright.
all you're gonna get from Lana until you know her.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty much. Physically, she's covered in burns, and yeah, she looks relatively normal, other than the Freddy Krueger balls. Astus.
Hang on.
He's trying to prepare himself. You've muted yourself, Astus. You freak. I can't
He
say that.
unmuted himself.
I don't
then
care.
Muted himself.
Words don't bother me.
Her face was on fire, and she put it out with a stickle brick.
A stickle brick.
Okay.
Most of the people in this chat are not going to remember what a stickle brick was.
Okay, maybe a cheese grater. We could say that.
Okay.
Okay, Astus, it's your turn to describe
Oh.
yourself.
But after that one, which is like the best one ever, right? Was it like gonna go for flames and shit? It's like I was given to the god Thorvald at birth, which is the god of forging and shit.
Forging shit.
Forging shit.
I spent 40 years like getting into the craft.
Runesmith.
I'm a dwarf, by the way. I'm a short dwarf with ruddy skin and caramel sunset hair. Basically means I'm ginger, but apparently I'm not allowed to say I'm ginger.
So you're a ginger dwarf. You're Gimli. Gotcha.
Yeah. Basically, I mean, who would? I fucking hate stereotypes, but that's me. Anyway,
He's also, and he forgets this, especially tonight, but he's also got a very Yorkshire Sean Bean accent.
absolutely, but because we were talking about God tonight, and when I used to go to church in Yorkshire before I became an atheist and learnt the real truth, I used to speak really posh. So
Used
when we're
to.
talking about God, I speak really posh. But when I'm playing my character, I should be like, "All right, mate, yeah, fuck off, you bastard."
Do re mi, a de pare a meno, do re mi.
No, so there's a reason why every choir boy has a centre parting. It's like, "Bless you, my son."
You know what? I think in future when we introduce your characters, I think I should just do it because I'm much better.
I agree.
Can we just confirm that Astus has failed the most?
I've just left the seminary and
The
I'm on a
seminary,
quest
really?
to learn a bit more about my craft, I guess.
Okay. Kouri, what do you look like and where do you come from?
I am.
Alright, Scylla!
I am a Goliath, approximately around 7 feet 3 inches, kind of tall. I'm kind of a short.
Approximately.
Yeah, I'm a short kind of Goliath because I'm very young, around the ages of 23. Eyes are brown as well, kind of thing. Completely hairless. I reign from the world's teeth.
Completely hairless.
Hairless. That's what Goliaths are, dickhead.
Goliaths
Completely
are
hairless.
hairless. Yes.
Towards the bottom ends of the world's teeth, towards the sort of lower ends of the mountain kind of thing. So I'm not as used to the cold as Aughan.
Aughan.
My tribe is based on kind of herbalism, kind of like alchemy regarding herbs, and I am next in line to become the Clan, which is a leader of healing in my tribe. I also wear kind of a bear-skinned rug over my sort of head and back as a kind of cape thing to have reference towards my god, Badenfort, and I'm currently wearing chainmail armor on my body.
Okay.
Okay. So, Efok, what do you look like? And I know you don't know where you come from, but where do you come from?
I was hoping that's the best so far.
Okay, so Efok is a half orc. He is fairly tall, and half orcs are taller than humans, but not. I don't think they go to the full maximum potential of an orc. So I'm saying like cap it out at 7 foot maybe.
Yeah, you're between 6 and 7 foot, which is the half orc standard.
Yeah. I got a sloped forehead with a minor underbite because of the tiny little fangies I have. I have medium long hair that is usually swept back under the fancy hat that I have. I also have a fairly nice sailing coat, which is all battered and singed and torn. And I'm missing a hand. I also have a, one of those half-curled goatee mustache things.
One of these.
Yeah. But like without this.
Okay, one of these.
Yeah, Jake, a real one.
Fuck you, Jim. Grow a beard and you can talk to me about it, you bitch.
I mean, the fact you mentioned goatee, I'm pretty much the closest there. Let's be real.
I didn't shave my sides today.
I wish I did.
Okay, so
And I'm from this island over here. You can't see it, but it's the left of the map.
have you decided that now?
Yeah, it's from there.
Okay, I can write that down. Then you fucking turd.
Listen. I tried to have a conversation with you, and you didn't help me enough.
And we helped you shit tons.
Holy shit.
Fucking hell, mate. I will stab you.
Okay,
I
I
will
swear to
fucking
God,
stab
right? Okay,
you.
100%. Each one of these motherfuckers can tell you how much I put into character backstory and. Oh. Okay, so yeah, you're from there.
Yeah, I'm from there. It's pretty basic, just basic half-orc living in a fishing town. Nothing special, and chose to become a pirate to live a free life on the seas.
How did Efok become the water chieftain of his boat?
You don't know because that's part of his backstory. Don't ask too much questions. You metagamer.
We asked that in game, unless you went to ask that in game.
No, I was talking out again, but okay.
Ask it in game, dickhead.
How did you become chieftain?
Love you.
A water chief. On the seas we call them captains. But I became captain the same way anyone should really become captain. By killing the previous captain.
Yes.
I will turn to Aughan and be like, I'm not being funny, but we did not choose chieftains that method. Would you choose chieftains that method?
Yeah, we do actually. It's either you're born of a chieftain or you kill a chieftain. That's how you become a chieftain.
I would like to stand up at this moment in time to look Aughan in the face and be like, the fuck.
Or
No, fuck.
A fuck? I'm sorry, I do not know what a fuck is. Me, you fuck. I'm sorry, your name is E fuck.
Yes.
This joke's not going to get old.
Nice to meet you, A fuck. I am
Nice to meet
Kouri.
you. Quarry.
Kouri. Say it properly.
Stone farm.
You speak with guttural sounds. Say Kouri.
Quarry.
There you go. Better. Now say Aughan.
Aughan.
See, he gets it already. Now say Lana.
Lana.
Less guttural, please.
Lana.
Better. Now say Astus.
Ass.
Astus.
Ass tush.
That's close enough. So I'm sorry, Astus. He is a bit of a dickhead. But nice to meet you,
Astus has disappeared
E-fuck.
again.
It is nice to meet you too. Quarry.
Better. I like it. So, except from the fact that you're about to go blah 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 in under the sea, what will you do now?
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
Dadasty.
Under the sea.
Why did you have to say that? He did that on purpose.
I did, yes. So E-fuck, what will you do now since you're no longer going to go blah 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 under the sea?
Blah, 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 blah.
To show you my gratefulness and the generosity that you have shown me, I will pay you back by following you to town and buying you all a beer.
You know what? I can drink that. I like that.
I like him already.
However, we got a slight problem. We're not going directly to town. Nor are
We
we going
have a
directly to
journey
jail.
to make.
We are going after a man.
How about he follows us to the next town and then buys us a drink?
I mean, that is the kind of plan, but we have an issue beforehand.
What is your issue?
Well, it depends on how murderous you are.
It's just another Tuesday.
That's close enough for me. Well, we're going to kill a guy.
Why?
He's a bit of a dickhead.
He
Kill
kills.
people
He
for
kills.
less.
He
That's
kills.
good enough.
He kills everyone. He kills indiscriminately. He kills women, children. It doesn't matter to
No,
him.
he
just
sells
kills.
women.
No, he sells women, but he didn't from the
How
last.
much?
I'm going to use this moment to slap Aughan in the arm and be like, kind of like pointing to Lana as subtly as I can, be like, not the kind of subject.
Yeah, Aughan's not gonna get that subtle hint.
But I'm going to do it anyway, just to sort of prove a point.
Yeah, he's
Like,
just gonna look. he's just
Did I
gonna look.
hear right, or E-fuck just said how much?
I didn't hear that.
I did not hear how much.
You did say how
Yeah.
much, didn't you?
No, I don't know how much.
He did ask how much.
But I'm going to crash back down towards
At
the
that
half orc.
point, when you say how much, I growl.
So I'm
Okay,
going to
I'll say that the captain goes under ho as the vessel
I don't know if I did that.
is not too far from the shore's edge from the other side of the Great River.
I will crouch towards, look back at the half orc's eyes, and with that be like, so you're willing to help us, is what you're trying to see as gratitude.
Yes.
With that, I'll click my hands to indicate towards Astus and Lana. If Astus is here, he can help me out.
Astus is not here.
Astus is not here, and
Frick! That was a signal.
Signal for what?
I will cure wounds.
So will Astus. Do you want me to roll for Astus, Jake, or do you want to roll for him?
Yeah, you can roll for him.
Okay, thank you. Healing words is a D8, I believe.
Yeah.
5 plus his wisdom modifier, which I believe is 3.
Hang on, isn't it? Healing word is D4,
No, it's a touch. It's a touch spell one.
so that's cure wounds.
Cure wounds, which is
Yeah.
D8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Astus's modifier, I believe, is a plus 3.
Yeah.
Which makes that healing. No, sorry. He said level 2, didn't he? He said cure wounds level 2.
Come on.
So hold on, that's a 5 plus, because it's 1 extra hit dice, plus a 6, which is 11 plus 3, which is going to be 14 healing. Astus is going to do alone towards the person.
Okay.
I feel so ashamed that I don't know the character sheet that well.
What's your sword?
8 plus 2, 10 from me.
Okay. So, Airfox, you feel that like full health as far as you can be, but as when they start casting it again, you do feel like a burst of energy, and your stump's still stinging to a certain extent, but it's lessened. It's not going to be. You're not going to get a new hand grown, but you do feel like you're at max health now.
With that, I assume Astus has let go of the whole person spell, and with that, I'll offer a hand towards him.
I will. Oh.
No, go on.
Okay, well, I go to reach for the hand that he holds out with my stump, and then I switch right back.
Phantom pains, bro. Phantom pains.
Yeah,
With that, I will help him back to his feet. As I pull him
Okay.
up, I will draw him closer to whisper in his ear. For this point onwards, if you need any help, talk to those around you. As I let him go.
And as you do that, you feel a rumble on the barge as it starts to beach on the other side of the river. And looking over, you do see that there's another small settlement, couple of stone and wooden buildings with a few tents dotted around. It seems like you've reached the other side of the river.
With that, I will kind of gesture the others towards me to head towards the car. To sort of take it with us.
Okay. So you head below deck, and you see that the cart and the horses seem quite skittish because they're not used to being at water, but they're calm enough. And you make your way off the barge.
Is Lana next to me at this point in time?
Yeah, I'm dealing with the horses.
With that, I'll kind of just give a nod to Lana to help out.
Okay. So working your way off the barge, you get into the small settlement, and there's probably more people than the other side of the river, but there's about 75 people, give or take. It's slightly larger than the place you were on the other side of the river. But as you make land, you see that there's a makeshift bar that's set up, which is basically just like you get at festivals where it's like a caravan with the side open. You've basically got one of them serving alcohol. There's a few frosty and snow-ridden benches that are dotted around. You see that there's a couple of braziers or fire bins that are dotted around to keep people warm. And you see that there's another stall that seems to be selling food here, but the rest of it looks like lodging and storage places. So it doesn't look like somewhere you could probably stay the night, but it definitely looks like you could have a bite to eat and have a drink.
I would like to turn to the others, all four at this point in time, looking directly in the eyes and be like, so, do you fancy getting a bite to eat, or shall we continue onwards with our journey?
We need to move on.
I could do with a drink, to be honest.
I will hand Aughan my flask at that moment in time.
I was going to say that I have.
Lana's got flasks as well.
I'll give because the thing is, I've got plenty of water. I mean, I've given you my own flask at the moment in time, so you can drink as well. But out of generosity, I'll give my flask to you first. And then as I hand the flask to you, I'll be like, out of curiosity, Alfolk, have you had any liquid in a while?
The last time I drank was a day ago.
That is not healthy for any man. You need to hydrate. With that, I kind of look at Aughan with the kind of like, how are you? Kind of look in his eyes.
Okay. So
What do you mean, hurry up? Am I drinking water?
I've got water in a flask, which I've given you first. You said you wanted to drink.
Okay, the first sip the first little touch of liquid that touched my tongue, I spit it out.
Question
It is
about
water.
This barge here, does it have a...
Uh,
Can I actually do a perception check for the barge? I'd like to look around.
yeah, make a perception check and tell me what you're looking for.
Yeah, Aughan.
Well, if you're looking for something specifically, it'll be investigation.
Kouri, I was after pure alcohol.
Well, I'm looking around to see the... to get underneath in the hull.
You go to Lana for that.
So you the hull itself is kind of like a bit of a cargo bay to a certain extent, where you get like the carts and the luggage and stuff like that is kept. So you'd have collected the cart itself from underneath in the cargo hold. What are you looking for?
I'm looking to steal from people that are not in the group.
Okay, make an investigation check then for me. If you've already rolled, use that roll.
There it is already. All right, 11.
11. Looking round, it seems like a lot of the stuff under here seems to be kind of supplies more than valuable. So you do see one cart that looks different to the others. The rest of them have got like bags of wheat and grain and stuff like that. But you do see one that seems to have bottles on it. And if you venture a bit closer, you do see that there's a pale-skinned elf sitting at the top, and it looks like he's currently travelling with a load of wine.
Okay. Can I use a combination of stealth and sleight of hand to pilfer some of the wine?
Make a stealth check first for me.
Stealth check, okay. 17 plus 3.
Okay, you sneak up to the side. He looks like he's kind of looking over outwards towards the shore, and he doesn't seem to notice you at all. And as you kind of sneak to the side, can you make a sleight of hand check, please?
9 plus 5, 14.
Right. Well, so you managed to read through. The slats aren't particularly thick, like for the sides of the cart, but you reach through and you grab one jug and you go to like take it, and the jug's too thick to get through the slats of wood, and you're like, no shit. So you kind of search around a little bit, and you manage to get 3 bottles of some kind of wine.
Okay.
So 3 bottles of question mark wine, but you managed to stash them away and then head out of the boat onto the shore.
Gorgeous.
You don't know what kind of wine it is before you ask.
Yes, well, what I was going to say is I would like to give the wine to the party.
Okay.
As a gesture of good faith and, good luck for our, adventure to come.
Okay. So who are you going to pass? Are you going to pass them all to one person or one each kind of thing? Because there's 4 of them, and you've got 3 bottles of wine.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to... that's a good question. 3 bottles, 4 people. Who do I...
Why I asked?
Who shouldn't drink? Okay, I got it. I turn to everyone in the cart and I say, "So who's keeping the first watch tonight?"
Most likely me, as always.
But it's usually you or Astus.
No, it's always me.
Okay then. And I proceed to hand everyone but Lana a bottle of wine.
Okay. So you pass
That's all right, I have
Aughan,
better stuff.
Kouri, and Astus kind of goes, oh, and he pops the cork off and takes a quick sip, and he goes, "It's elven wine. It's elven wine. Elven wine's good wine." And he kind of pops the cork back in, and you see it shove it to a little kind of haversack to his side. But Lana, you're the only one that can't mark down 1 bottle of wine.
I have better stuff, it's alright.
Well,
Okay,
I
then.
can't have you drinking while you're on watch. I'm sorry.
So you're currently on the beachhead, the embankment of the Great River. What would you like to do? It's currently mid-afternoon. You're talking 3-4 o'clock, give or take.
We need to carry on.
Out of curiosity, you mentioned that he was wearing a blue coat, yeah?
Yep.
I assume completely drenched because of the fact that him and Lana both swam.
Yes, they're both pretty
I'm
soaked.
quite cold.
With that, I kind of look at him and look for my inventory.
Fireball.
I do have a pair of common clothes
Yep.
and a fox pelt, which I will offer him.
Okay. So the large kind of like earthly skinned Goliath walks over to you and he offers you a set of common clothes that you think would fit. Well, they might be a little bit baggy, but they'd fit. And a fox pelt that's like, for you it'd be like a shoulder kind of covering more than a cloak. But they're dry and they seem like they're in good condition compared to the stuff you're wearing. I mean, the coat itself that you're wearing isn't in bad condition. It's just soaking wet, and there are a couple of cuts in it, so it could do with being repaired. But yeah, so it's up to you, obviously.
I graciously accept, of course.
Okay.
Regarding Lana, I would like to ignite my mace again and hold it close so she can warm up.
Okay, no problem. So,
Astus, any chance you can make this guy, I don't know, a hook or something for his hand?
Hey, so I know Mrs. has had an issue. I've got to nip off in 15 minutes to sort her out, but that's like my last time out. So I'd like to look at Ifuk, and with Lana's help, what can I do to help him? In fact, no. Rather than asking Lana, Ifuk, I can make you anything out of metal. What would you like me to do for you? And Lana will help guide this conversation to come up with the most helpful thing we can do.
I do need a replacement for this old limb. That's
Okay.
left.
So for the time being, and I don't mean this to be the end goal of this, I'd like to be part of the solution, but as a stopgap, can we all just get any bit of metal we've got in our bags and just chuck it on the floor?
I have the party funds. Depends on how much you want to spend on this arm.
So, I mean, in the short term, like, if we could just make you like a crude metal hook, or maybe like a pair of pincers that work together.
If we don't have the materials as of yet, what we can do is we can put a cap over it.
Well, I can do more than the cap. Jacob,
Cap over it, yes.
I guess I'm going to ask the DM, like,
With
if I
that,
if we can make something that could maybe like do that movement, not in a sexy way, like that movement.
I mean, it would be very, very limited of what you can do, but with more research, you could probably make something a little bit more useful. But to start with, you could probably make a cap with like forks attached to it.
I'm thinking more maybe a cap with a fucking really sharp blade that you could use.
Well,
With
that's
the
the
moments-
end goal.
with the moment Astus mentioned that, I think to myself, oh shit, I've got 15 bolts in my pocket, in my bag. So I grab all 15 of my crossbow bolts, which I once had, because I gave a crossbow away to some other civilian,
Yep.
without giving them the ammo, because I was a bit idiot. You know, hilarious. I'll put all 15 bolts on the floor.
So,
I'll look at Astus.
so just like a metal cap with a really fucking sharp blade with a hook. With a
I would
blood.
not go that far. At the moment in time, just get a cap, yeah?
Yeah.
With the
Would
cap,
you like a cap with a really fucking sharp, pointy bit on the end of it?
What you can do is you can use the tips of those bolts and put them all on the cap and have almost like a meat pounder.
with the whole, we'll have to put all 15 bolts on the floor. I want to look at Astus directly in the eyes as I put sort of 10 gold, and I'd be like, if you combined these bolts and the gourd, there's a possibility you might be able to form a cap here.
And I would say, I suspect that if you can probably take the gold away, because what have I got? I've got a 6 daggers, 2 short swords, and 5 torture devices.
With that, I will take the 10 gold away back into my pocket, give Astus a kiss in the cheek, and be like, you sick
Love it.
bastard. Go for it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna speak to this person I don't trust yet. I'm so like, you basically just want a fucking massive knuckle duster or an elbow duster, basically. Okay, and I think we can do that.
So with the how much of each weapon do you have in your inventory?
I've just ripped it off. It was 2 short swords.
Yep.
6 daggers and something else which I've forgotten because I just rubbed it off because I'm a
Okay. With all that, I'll say you could make a 1d4 weapon. So it would be a metal sleeve that goes over the stump, and it does have like a meat tenderizer kind of look to it.
Can we call it a wizard's sleeve?
By the way,
call
Jake,
it-
does this include the 15 crossbow bolts?
Right, hang on.
Now he's got a rocket launcher.
Add 12 bolts to that.
A rocket to punch!
Okay.
That is
If
27
you're
crossbow bolts.
right, listen, hear me out now. If you're using all your fucking ammo, you need to make sure you take it off your character sheet.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
No, Jake, I no longer have a crossbow because I gave it away to an NPC.
I know you did. But
That's
I'm
why I got
just
rid of all
saying,
15 bolts. I've removed it.
If you're doing that, they cost gold.
I've removed my crossbow bolt. I've got no more crossbow bolts.
Done.
All 15 included.
Fro, I think you gave me your crossbow bolts.
No, I gave
No,
you my
you
crossbow,
didn't.
didn't I?
No, you said you've got no crossbow anymore.
Bro, I love the way you called Aughan an NPC.
Oh no! It's fine. It's fine.
I
Well,
got
isn't
my
it-
crossbow bolts
If
because I
it's
gave my,
not you, it's technically right.
I gave my crossbow away, but never gave my crossbow bolts
Yeah.
away because I was using them in
Right.
the last fight against the psychopath.
Okay, so you start with 20 crossbow bolts, correct?
Yes. 5 of
Okay.
them were used in the fight against the psychopath.
Okay, so 20 bolts is 1 gold.
Okay. I'm
So-
using 15 though.
So that'd be 15 silver, and then how many did you add, Lana?
She said 12.
12.
Okay.
That's 27 silver in total.
Okay,
Which is 2 gold. some
with the
silver.
weapons itself, yeah, I'll stick to my original. You make a meat tenderizer for your arm, so it's 1d4 damage. If you go to punch with it, it's not an improvised weapon. It is a 1d4 plus your strength, because it is a sleeve of metal with some pointy bits on. Whether that's improved later on in the campaign, I'm okay with that. But you need to talk to me about it.
Hold on, quick question. Sorry, I know this is sorry. Will that weapon class as finesse?
No.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. That's fine.
So, fuck, what you see is I take this big pile of shit iron, and I sit there
De-shit it.
praying, and over the course of an hour, it just turns into something that's perfectly fitted to your stump with some pointy bits on it. And when I hand it to you, it fits perfectly, but I'm pissed off that it's not as good as it could be. But it'll serve a
Yeah.
purpose for a while.
It's
the
probably
moment-
the crudest thing you've ever made, Astus.
Yeah.
With the moment I see Astus kind of being a bit disappointed, I'll put my arm on his shoulder and be like,
Lowy.
do not worry. This is but a trial.
And I'll turn to Kouri and go, well, I have a feeling that it's not just my God involved in this, so I'm looking forward to how this ends up.
And I pipe in, swinging my newfound attached gauntlet thing, my meat tenderizer. Oh, my meat beater.
You can call it your meat beater if you wish.
Yeah.
Punch me! Punch me!
I'd
Punch
like to see he's enjoying the moment, and I'd like to be like, how much do you want to test this out?
Pretty fucking much.
I will look at Aughan directly in the eyes and be like, Aughan, there's a possibility you get to fight today.
Hang on, have we done anything today? At all?
Well, technically you're coming towards the end of the day now.
Okay, and I haven't really used it, so before I pass it to him, I will give him the +1 that I have each
You gave
day.
that to me. You've already given the +1 to
Yeah.
me.
Oh, shit! Fuck off! Kouri, I'm just trying to make the story better to see.
I'm sorry, but the moment you use your shit, I'm going to point it out. I don't give a shit you give it
It's
to.
true. Continuity, man. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is
No,
why
I
I'm a
agree,
raw
but
lawyer.
I'd love to see
to
Aughan
the
just
game.
dead. Not dead.
So,
This is why I'm a raw lawyer.
Kouri,
I will literally point out everything.
Kouri, who the fuck am I fighting?
Hey, see, this guy has a new arm, as you can see. Yes.
Yeah.
He wants to test it out, and there's no other person I know who can take a hit like you. You are inspiration.
You want him to test it on me?
I want you to spar with him, fight back, show him a true fight to see whether or not he is viable.
And you're up for that? Fuck.
Jake, can you check your DMs, please?
Facebook.
No, on Zoom.
Right. View
Me?
Yeah.
chat.
20 minutes.
With the moment, I'd like to say to Aughan, not kill him. Test him. See how viable he is in combat. He might be useful against Bardak.
I will not kill him because, well,
I don't see anything in my DMs.
he's a chieftain, isn't he? So,
A water chieftain, to be exact.
well, yeah, he's a water chieftain, but I mean, technically,
We respect
my
our
father was
chieftains.
a mountain chieftain. Like, does it really matter?
You are a mountain chieftain?
My father.
Oh, see, if you were a mountain chieftain yourself, I would have way more respect.
Well, I will be one day.
That is fair enough. Just make sure, Aughan, you train him, yeah?
And you, Astus, can you just do a sleight of hand for me?
I can try. What's that? That is deception, is it?
No, it's
No,
not
no.
hand.
Sleight of
Oh,
hand.
plus one. Okay. Yeah, fair one.
All right. When are we starting this?
Yeah, better
Soon,
than
hopefully.
Right, give me a second.
Trying to ignite it, don't worry about it.
Brother against brother.
Can we just like pause everything there?
Walk across the land, killing for religion. Something I don't understand.
So, you find yourself on the beachhead of the ferry. You are, it's getting towards afternoon, late afternoon. Doesn't look like there's anywhere that you can have shelter tonight unless you set up a camp in the actual little kind of campsite that there is. There is a bar and they are serving food. What do you want to do?
Is it a crowded bar?
I'd like to go back to F-Book, like I did beforehand, and say to him, because I mentioned he said to me he wants to shake his hand. I'd like to bring Aughan over and be like, he wants to take his hand. Do you want to give it a go?
Yeah, why not?
With that, I'll have a smirk on my face going, excellent. Make sure you stand at least, I'd say probably about 15 feet apart, and prepare on my mark.
Hang on, where were we doing
Why
this?
don't we find a more quiet place
Yeah, I
to
was
do
gonna say,
this?
why are we doing this?
No. You say quiet. Why don't we just like roll up, put your money. You're gonna put your money on the big guy.
How
or
about-
the...
What? You're
Yeah, how
thinking
about we
make
make it a
some money
contest?
off our asses?
Well, the thing is, I kind of want to eat from the bar myself, and I kind of want to see this fight at the same time.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah, it's good.
no.
I'm
I
gonna
agree
walk
with
up to
that.
the bar and say, do you want to start a book? I want 20% of whatever you get off this.
15.
Okay, barman. I will take 20% off. No,
Oh, sorry, you were talking to the barman. You cut out a bit. Sorry, I didn't hear. Stand at the bar. There seems to be a rough-looking human, and he serving dodgy-looking ale, and he kind of looks down at you and goes, "I mean, there's fights around here all the time. I don't really put money on it."
This one's going to be epic. They both got magical items. They are heroes in their world.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. This is going to be fun. you just want to call it a natural one before I even do it? But, yeah, we'll see.
You're not gonna get.
Persuasion for me is -1.
He's panicking. He's crying. I can't help him.
Could be good. Could be good. It's not that bad. It's 13.
14. Plus 1.
14 plus
Oh, no,
minus.
sorry. The -1. I didn't see the minus. Fuck.
He kind of
Useless.
looks you up and down and goes, tell you what, you use the bar, you use the area in front of my bar, and whatever you win, I'll take a couple of gold off the top.
I mean, as you can see, I'm not the best at the chat. I was kind of hoping someone else would do it for us.
No, you're doing it, dude.
Would I hear it?
Yeah, you're all gathered round pretty close.
Except for me and Efok.
Well, I suppose we could just go fight now.
We're just staring
In
each
that
other
case,
down.
I will start kind of chanting. Ladies and gentlemen, bear your eyes at this. A magnificent
I'm going to give Lana
fight
guidance right now.
Make a performance check for me.
between two strong individuals.
Lana, guidance gives you a D4 to help you.
A D4.
A D4.
Okay, touch you on the shoulder gently.
That is 20.
20. Okay. You do get a few people that seem to notice you.
Place
you
your
probably-
bets now. Who's gonna win?
You probably get about 15 people gather around you, and 10 of those put a 3 silver bet or okay. So looking up and down, I'll probably say 3 silver each. So hang on, let me do the math. I say let me do the math, let my phone do the math. Because it involves times. Okay, so 2 silver, 2 gold, 1 silver is put on Aughan. And 9 silver is put on Efok.
Fuckface, you mean?
With that, I will get between them both. I'll separate them to a decent distance and be like, I want a nice clean fight. No fatalities. Make sure you fight with all you got. Are you ready?
Oh, the rules of the Marquis of Queensberry.
Give me a second. Lana, put a gold down on me.
I'm going to put 2 gold down on the fuckface, please.
I'm going to remain neutral because I am the judge.
How much you putting down?
Can I make a
Astus.
mix?
Astus. He's
Yeah.
run off again. How much you putting down?
2 on fuckface.
Who's the fuck face?
Fuck.
Fuck.
Efok. Two what? Gold?
Yep, 2 gold.
2 gold on Efok.
So it's 2 gold, 9 silver on fuck. And how much are you putting yourself, Jim?
3 gold and 1 silver on.
I put
1 gold.
1 gold down on myself.
Okay, with that, I will look and sort of smile and be like, get your distance. The fight is about to begin.
And
Lift
at
my arm.
that,
I'll
I
lift
would
my
like
arm.
to rage.
I would like to lift my arm from the air before anything else and be like, on my mark, the fight shall begin.
Just before the fight starts, come on. No, I'm not going to pat Aughan on the shoulder because that would be rude.
No. I have entered my rage though.
Waste of
Okay,
fucking
so-
time because I'm not finished my countdown.
You can't anyway. You patted me.
Fro, I think this might be Jake's job.
I'm doing the
No,
countdown.
that was
so
more
I'm
like-
hosting it.
Inflicts wound level 2, but I'm not going to do that because that'd be rude.
Right. So I'd like to count it down, kind of thing. So
Yep,
like-
that's fine by me.
So so let's go. In 3, 2, 1, fight!
Roll for initiative.
Okay, both of you roll for initiative. So it'll be a d20, Brandon, plus your dex.
No, plus charisma. You got +2.
I have
Oh, yeah.
+1 charisma though.
No, you got
Dex.
you got +1 charisma,
Dexterity.
+1 dex. You got +2 to your roll.
Oh,
Remember when I told you to read your character sheet?
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
It says right under charisma +1.
It says +2
Dexterity,
on your initiative. You
not
twat.
charisma. Dexterity.
He gets to add his charisma to it because he's a fucking rogue.
Oh, yep. There we go. Initiative's +2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're welcome.
so who
I'm not
got
letting you get
first?
cheated out.
I got 8.
I got 13.
Yeah.
Yes!
Okay, straight up. F-Ock. You see Aughan pump his muscles and you're like, okay, he's pretty big. But you go for, you manage to duck under his guard and you go for an attack. Can you roll to attack, please?
Alright, that's a D4, right?
No,
Well,
D20.
then it'll be a d20 to hit. So
Yeah,
it'll
D20
be
to
a
hit.
d20 plus...
5.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I got a 4.
9. Miss.
Okay, so you duck under and you swing and you just graze the side of Aughan's ribs as Aughan kind of looks down and is like, oh, Aughan, make an attack, please.
I am using my shiny sword.
Okay. Oh god.
What? I thought it was fists.
Yeah, you don't have proficiency in that.
Was that proficiency in what?
The sword.
It's a long sword. He's got proficiency in martial
No,
weapons.
but you said it was lighter than usual when you said he had it, so he has to work with it.
No. That was flavor text.
Okay. fine.
It's a long sword. He's not used to using non-great weapons. It is a long sword. It's still a martial weapon.
And also, he didn't
I
say
thought
we
this was
couldn't.
a fist fight.
He didn't say we couldn't use weapons. He said no deaths.
No, on one side, I thought the whole flavor text regarding the sword was that fuck you had to go use it.
Okay, that's
What is it?
what's a hit on that?
It's a +1.
+1 to
So-
hit. Okay, so it's not
so-
major. So it's an unnatural 20 to hit.
Okay,
Fucking
if
hell.
that hits.
And what's the
Fucking
damage?
hell.
+1 to damage.
1d8. So 1d8
I am ashamed Brent doesn't know his character yet.
plus
I
that.
sent you the fucking links.
Listen, man, I try to use fancy footwork, okay?
That allows you to disengage after you strike an opponent. You also
Ah.
have the cunning action, which allows you to take a bonus action to disengage, dodge, or hide.
Yeah, it's a 12 damage.
Okay, add 12 damage, so you're down to 21.
21.
Oh, quick maths, totally shit.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I use my bonus action?
For what?
Or
I'm going to stow my special sword and get out my. Well, start to get out my fucking axe. My fancy.
yeah.
My
So you
fancy
put your new
axe.
shiny sword away, and you pull out your generic as fuck great axe.
Fancy axe.
Okay, the fancy generic as
Great
fuck
smitten
great
with
axe.
his axe, see?
Oh my god, so fancy.
Oh,
Fair
it is so
play.
fancy.
Fancy means a different thing in Canada than it does in the UK.
The hell does it mean now? Here.
So over there, like you wear your fancy clothes and you're going out for like a big meal. Here, you wear your fancy clothes. You're just a bit of a cunt.
Ha! Pretty much the same over here then. F-Ock, what is your turn?
So I have how many actions?
So you've
You
got
have one
one
action.
main action and
Yeah.
one bonus action. So you can do an attack with the main action,
movement.
and then you can choose your bonus action as the stuff Pro said earlier.
Okay, cool. So I'll go in for an attack as my main, and then a bonus for dodge.
Okay. So roll to attack then. D20
You can't
plus,
use dodge as a
five.
bonus action, can you?
He can use
can.
He can use dodge because he's a rogue.
Oh, because he's a rogue. Yeah, of course.
He's a fucking rogue.
Fucking rogues,
Okay,
man.
so I rolled 15, which is plus
5. That's
Yeah,
a
that
natural
hits.
20.
That hits.
That hits.
So you need to roll a 1d6.
Yep.
Followed by 2d6 as sneak attack.
Does it count as sneak attack because
Yeah, it does. He's
Algin's
swashbuckler.
ego is directly behind him?
He's swashbuckler. So he gets a 2d6 added onto that. So he's
Yes.
got 3d6 roll.
A 3d6 roll.
3d6 roll.
Holy shit. So first roll is 5. Second roll is 3.
Okay, that's 8.
Third roll is 3.
That brings you to 11 plus your strength, which is
Strength is...
Or dex or strength? Sorry.
strength for you.
Strength is plus 3.
So plus 3 from 11, that brings
14.
you to 14 damage in total. Since that is halved because he's raging, that is 7 damage in total.
7 damage.
Okay, so is he gets hit by you, he kind of rebounds off the axe blow and then slashes forward with his
Come on, man.
his short sword and just nicks your ribs, and there's a decent deep cut on your ribs, but you kind of tense and you feel that no, it wasn't too bad. And what was your bonus action? Dodge.
Dodge.
Okay, so Aughan, your turn.
Dodge, does that mean I have to do it with disadvantage?
At disadvantage.
Okay, where is my d20 set there? Okay. That's 14.
Disadvantage, that hits. Damn.
That hit?
Okay, so
That hits.
you managed to hit him. Can you roll damage, please?
Yeah. Oh shit! I gotta remember how to do this. D12, D6. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. 20 damage.
Hang on. Fuck, what's your base AC?
13. No, 15.
What?
15.
Give me 15.
Because I was talking earlier with Jake, and he said +2, add +2 to
Yes.
my AC.
Why plus
So-
2 to your C?
It doesn't matter, Fro, I know.
Okay.
What did you roll, Jim? 14.
14.
Okay, yeah, unfortunately. So as you go to take a swing and you go to hit him, you think that's definite hit. And somehow a shimmer of blue light flashes across his ribs as your axe blade bounces off and doesn't seem to do any damage.
Fuck.
The hell does that mean?
How strange.
Yeah, Brandon, we're all in the same boat. I have no idea what's just happened.
Brandon, it's your turn, mate.
Yeah, I had an interesting thought just then, but I'm not doing that. I was just having a quick read, but yeah, you know what? I'll just go in for another attack and dodge.
Okay, so you've got advantage, which procs your sneak attack if you hit. So it'll be roll twice, pick the highest number, add
Hold on.
5.
He has advantage? I'm sorry, Jake. But shouldn't it be a straight roll?
No. So when he's one-on-one with someone as a swashbuckler, he gains advantage, which gains his sneak attack.
No, it's 1v1 where it allows him to do a single roll but get the sneak attack bonus, right?
That's not how I played Smoke.
That was exactly how it should have been.
Okay, hang on. Okay, roll once and we'll have a look.
All right,
You get the sneak attack bonus for one-on-one damage. I'm pretty sure.
roll the 12
Plus 5.
plus 5.
That's 17. That's a
17.
hit.
And so 3d6, so 6, 3,
No,
2.
that is 11 plus strength, which is 3, which is 11 damage. Halved, which will be to the nearest number, so that'll be 6 damage.
6 damage.
Okay, yeah, so yeah. It is, yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to reread Swashbuckler. Just so
I'm reading it now, Fro, I'm reading it now. You're right.
Okay.
All right, well, can I change my bonus action from a dodge to concede the fight? To say...
Yes, free action. Speech is free action.
Okay, cool, because I would like to... At this point, I sheath my sword, and I put my arm out, like, as a kind gesture to Aughan and say, "What a good fight!"
Okay, so you concede, hold your hands up. Aughan, what's your response?
I'm gonna grab him by the wrist, like fucking Viking handshake style. I'm gonna basically, as I do it, I'm picking him up,
Ah, you motherfucker.
and I'm gonna say, "That wasn't a fight. Next time, especially against enemies, you fight harder." And then put him back down.
Yeah, I'm going to use my reaction to say, "You
Jake,
fucking bastard."
real quick, I'm rolling a d20, and I'll message you on why.
Okay.
Alright, now it's a 16. And I'm going to send you a message here now.
Okay.
Oh, you bastard. Bastard.
Because I knew he was going to do something like this.
Hang on, where do the bets go now that it's a tie?
They get returned. No one gets the profit.
I'll get mine back then. That's cool.
Oh, so I didn't lose anything. Thank goodness for that. Oh.
Technically, they go to the house, but the house is you. So.
The house is Lana, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, the moment they
Should've
mentioned
given
the
them
break,
back.
the moment I mentioned
Okay.
they had a pause.
Okay, what are you looking at doing?
Hand in the cookie jar, whatever I can get.
Oh, okay. I'll message you.
Alright.
They put the fight to hold.
Sneaky bugger. I love it. I don't know what you're doing, but I love it.
I would like to say to the audience, it kind of like shock, like, oh, okay, so it seems the fight is ending in a draw.
Okay, so as you do that, and he kind of you kind of clasp hands, and you come quite close, and you kind of pat each other on the back, and you drop back down to the floor, and you kind of look around, and there's not too many onlookers, luckily, and they're kind of looking over as if to go, that wasn't much of a fight. And as the crowd takes their money back and starts to disperse, Jim, can you do an investigation check for me?
Yeah, can I also ask how would someone from my village react to such a, I hate to say it, but cowardly way out?
It wouldn't necessarily be a cowardly way out because he doesn't. It was a fair fight, so it wasn't like you were obliterating him and he gave up, and it wasn't like he was obliterating you and you gave up. It was pretty square.
It was a fair fight, so why end it?
Because there might be shit in the future that we need to fight. Conservation of health, good man.
I mean,
To be fair, like, you were punching him, and then he got a fucking axe out. So,
true. But yeah, can you do an investigation check, please, mate?
Yep. 12.
12. Okay, no worries. So, thanks for letting me know. You kind of disperse. The crowd kind of unhappily disperses, and the barman kind of goes, "Well, that was lackluster. All right. I mean, I don't really know what to say.
3 drinks all round, that's what you meant to say.
Not with a fight like that, mate. Sorry.
Intimidation.
What are you going to say? You need to intimidate me, bitch.
I will.
in which case, barman, fight me.
No,
I would
that's
love-
an intimidation
No,
if ever I've heard
I
one.
slam my meat masher on the table,
Oh, sexy as fuck.
and I look at him and I say, This'll go where its sun don't shine, young man.
Okay. Roll an intimidation check for me.
Oh shit, it's behind the salt
Don't know
lamp.
the exact amount.
It's a 7 plus 3, 10.
Yeah, it should.
He kind of just looks at you, looks you up and down, and goes,
Piss off.
"No offence, but I've seen bigger than you. So you either buy a drink or you fuck off."
Out of game, my friend lost his arm whilst we were in Iraq. We used to drink pints out of his arm and stuff. But when he punches you with his stump, I've never felt so much pain in my life as when you get a kidney punch with the end of a piece of bone hitting you right in the. Honestly,
Yeah.
amazing.
I was planning on talking to Jake about that in private. Like, there's no bones to bend here. Bit of an advantage to hit somebody
really
with a stump.
Horrible.
I would like to turn to Aughan and if
Horrible.
and I'll be like, what the fuck was that? I thought you were meant to fight.
And you
All
know what?
right. Do you want to
and-
go for it? Should we do it?
I
retaliation,
didn't
I-
fucking end it, did I?
A gold coin out of my
I can do a
pocket,
better
and
fight
I
than that.
pass it to Kouri.
I'm still coming down off my rage high.
Hold on, you give me a fucking gold coin.
Yes, you'll look deeper into it.
When he says look deeper into it, I will actually examine the coin.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
That's going to be 11 plus, hold on, 2, that's 13.
13. This has the stamp of Larnwick on it, and as far as you know, Efok hasn't been to Larnwick unless he hasn't told you he's been to Larnwick.
I'm going to look him directly in the eyes and be like, why do you have these?
He's
Spoils
going
of
to try
war.
and say, what the fuck, Efok?
Spoilers of war.
What a fuck.
Have you ever been to this town?
What does that matter about a coin?
Because the coin has a stamp, a very familiar stamp.
Very good.
So tell me, have you ever been to this town? If so, name the town.
At this time, I would like to do a persuasion roll.
Persuade me, bitch. This is roleplay. You gotta persuade me another way.
The persuasion is as well. I can always take my coin back if you don't want it.
I'm not asking about. I'm asking why you have these.
That voice is fucking brilliant.
I'm not even doing a voice, man.
Exactly.
Tell me why you have these.
I can see why Jim is conflicted.
I'll tell you what. Efok do a deception against Kouri's insight.
Oh, that's
All
right.
right.
Okay.
15 point plus 3.
How much?
15 plus 3, so 17.
You win.
18.
I got 5.
18, yeah.
I got 5.
Okay, yeah, you got no reason to doubt him, Kouri.
It's more about the fact that I'm holding thing, asking him. He hasn't given me a message, but I'm thinking, has he seriously been to Larnwick?
He could have been. He was on the Great River. You know the Great River leads to Larnwick.
I'm just literally just pondering at the moment in time that nothing makes sense in this situation.
Does Kouri know that? Does Kouri know anything about Larnwick?
I've been to Larnwick.
Yeah, you've all been to Larnwick.
Oh yeah, we did, didn't we?
We really fucking did.
That was a long time ago.
Not really.
Not in game. It was like 2 weeks ago, maybe 3.
With the gold
Bit
coin in
more
my
than
hand, I'm kind of going to question everything. But I'm kind of going to just be like, he's got to have been there at some point. He's not explaining anything, but he's got to have been. So with that, I'll take the gold coin.
Okay.
Into a thing, then I'll be like, you've not told me much about visiting Larnwick at any point. But the fact that you keep it secret implies that you might have something dark and meaning behind it. But I'll let that slide. As I sort of take the gold coin in my hand.
And I give him a good friendly slap on the back. Not with my meat masher, of course.
I'll take
With your
that.
stump.
Get stumped, motherfucker.
So I'll add that to my gold I'll be like, well, since we've fucked up this whole betting situation, shall we get out of here?
We should keep moving, yes.
We should probably move forth. What do you think?
At the moment, I'm trying to keep, because the rage is still like rushing through my veins. I'm trying
It
to
would
keep
have ended.
myself.
It would have ended by now. It's been more than 6 seconds. You would
Oh,
have
yeah,
ended.
of course it has, yeah.
Are
Yeah.
you saying that your rage blue-balled, and that's why you're so upset?
Yeah, literally, the rage has ended, but I'm rage blue-balled.
So
I will say that you were ready for a proper scrap, and it ended for like, and you kind of like stuck with what to do. Now your rage has faded, but
Algan, if you want a real fight, let's go for it. Come
He
on,
ejected prematurely.
come on then, little boy. Let's do it again.
No.
I
You
think we
could-
should
you-
move
you
onwards
couldn't
because this is
handle me.
going nowhere.
Listen, this card's not going to pull itself. Algan?
Should we move forth? Get further along the track.
Oh yeah, good idea. And I'll sit on the cart and then like gesture to him to start pulling it.
Those poor fucking horses, man.
I would like to kind of have a moment of disappointment in the fact that I didn't get a beer. That's across my
Well,
face.
you got that wine I gave you.
Bless your face.
I went for a piss if you gave wine away.
I'm not gonna lie,
okay.
I'm slightly upset that you didn't.
I gave wine to everybody except for Justine, so we could drink that while she does the first
I
night's
have
watch.
more alcohol on me.
You know what? In that case, I will happily drink that wine.
God, first time Kouri's actually happily drank alcohol.
It actually is, yeah.
It's
So
elvish wine, so...
You
start-
offer me
it's
a
like-
beer, and that kind of that makes my rage subside, and like I give you a look as if to say, yeah, okay then.
okay, so you start making your way out of this little settlement. As kind of you get a few side eyes from the people who took bets on you and then just took their money back, and they're not out of pocket, but they were looking for a fight. As you travel about an hour from this little settlement, you start getting into quite heavy swampland. The ground is relatively frozen underfoot, and you see that the pools and the kind of the trees are relatively kind of thick, and the underneath the trees, because the canopy is quite thick because of it being swampland, the water may be frozen, but there's not a lot of snow. Quite a lot of mud, but the main road that you're taking doesn't seem to be too bad. After another hour of travelling, it starts to get dark to a point where you're struggling to see the road. It's getting towards proper night time now. The cold is biting, but it's not as bad as it was when you were on the farmlands where it was completely clear. You've got cover now from the trees, so it's up to you whether you continue on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we could. So I speak to the others and say, look, we're what 5 days behind.
About, yes.
So
I think we should
I
carry
mean,
on a bit
we're
more.
going to get tired if we keep catching them up. But this is a shit place to camp. Why don't we just steal a march on them and get a day ahead, and we can rest later?
Exactly.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
With that, when I hear that, I would like to go to Lana and be like, listen, due to this circumstance we're in, could you give me a brief lesson on how to drive a cart?
Come on then.
I would like to sort of try and
Oh, for fuck's sake, you're
steadily
going to.
move from the
Lana's
back.
going to teach you how to whip her when she turns into a horse.
So, I would like to steadily try and move from the back where I am usually towards the front of the cart. I might need to make a check for that.
Yeah, make your start. I mean, getting from the back of the car to the front's nothing, but dealing with the
Acrobatics.
animals. Because Lana's showing you what to do, can you make an animal handling check with advantage?
Okay, thank you. First roll
Please
was a
say that
14.
Lana's saying, whip me harder, whip me harder.
Okay,
Oh,
so it's
shut
gonna
up,
be-
Jake.
Hold on,
James.
bear with me, please. It is going to be a 16 overall.
16.
Yeah.
Over the next hour, you get to you're not too used to horses, but you veer kind of off the road a little bit onto a bumpy ground, and Lana goes, no, you pull this way, and you kind of tug on the one rein, and you bring yourself back into the centre of the road, and that happens a few times, but you think you've got the grasp of it, and you think
I
you could
would
do it
also like to cast
unsupervised.
speak with animals
Okay.
and say to the horses, I'm just teaching this guy how to maneuver things. Just bear with him.
Okay. The same stallion that seems like the leader of the two horses kind of looks back over his shoulder and goes, oh, tell him to stop tugging to the right, and we'll be fine.
And I nudge Kouri like, stop tugging to the right finally.
I'm so sorry. This is a new thing for me. It might take me a while to get used to this, but I am trying as much as I can.
Okay, so it gets to about midnight. Can you all make a perception check for me?
With pleasure. Ooh, that's a 17 for me.
16 for me.
6.
7.
Okay.
Really? I don't have
Blind bros.
Oh, so do you want me to see that with disadvantage because I don't have night vision?
Oh shit.
No, just be a straight roll because you're just
Okay.
traveling along the road with everyone. So
I have dark vision. Is that anything good?
at the minute, no, because there's a bit of moonlight to light your way, and your eyes have adjusted to the dark anyway. So
Go on
Okay,
your
that's,
boots, motherfuckers.
that's 17 for me then.
10.
okay, so Aughan and Efok still kind of chatting to each other about the fight and why it didn't go as far as it should have. Astus, you're kind of just earwigging on them and half looking at the road and half not.
Fucking pissed off. I didn't earn a lot of gold off that bastard.
Yep. Lana and Kouri traveling along the road.
I did.
After a couple of hours, you you notice that there are yellow eyes peering at you from between the trees in the darkness to either side of your car.
With the moment of that, I would like to turn to Lana and be like, what do yellow eyes mean?
Is it that?
Gondas.
Yeah, there's
Nice.
like 30 of them.
It means you have to eat more fruits.
Yellow eyes can mean a lot of things.
Aren't you jaundiced?
Like what exactly?
What do you mean by yellow eyes?
I mean, you can see them
Right,
two
you guys,
guys.
I've got 10 here.
Within the tree line there is
3 of those.
eyes.
Well,
Does that mean anything? Since I know you're well aware of nature,
it's just animals with yellow eyes.
I don't feel too comfortable about yellow eyes.
Could you identify them?
Can I take a history check, see if I know any animals with yellow eyes, please?
Same.
Make a nature check.
Okay, that's fine.
Both of us.
Yeah.
That's not one, mate.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
It is planned.
When the dice gods are on your time side.
16.
Okay. Kouri, not a clue. You're like, it could be anything. Lana, you've got a little bit of experience with the forest creatures, but not a lot with creatures that tend to dwell in swamps. There's a few things that you could say they are. There's a certain creature that tend to make a home in the swamp, and they're like little frog creatures. You know they're prone to ambushing, but they don't tend to take on targets too big, bigger than they are, unless they can definitely win. But there's quite a lot of wildlife as well that tend to kind of live in the swampland, and with that role, I can't tell you exactly what, but yeah, there's a few different creatures that you could guess that it is, but with
But I'm not
the
sure.
darkness. Say again?
But I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, you kind of say to Kouri, there's quite a lot of things it could be, but you can't pinpoint it.
Yeah.
Due to the concept of that, I have no idea what the fuck's going on. I'm just gonna keep going forward. I ain't gonna stop. I'm getting as far away from this place as I can.
Okay, so travelling over the next hour, you do notice that some of the eyes start to follow you, but the numbers start to dwindle, and it looks like whatever it was may have been just looking after their territory. As the further you get, the less little yellow eyes you see, and after a while, you don't see anything in the darkness. It does start to get extremely cold, and for everyone, can you make a Constitution saving throw for me, please?
Of course. Oh, that's not that good, mate.
11.
Hold on.
22.
Oh, nice.
That's Constitution. That's gonna be a 9.
Ooh.
Even
I'm
with cold
known for my
resistance.
good rolls.
I'm known for other things.
Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Constitution. There's a 15.
I'll get asked this when it gets back. So, everyone who got under 10, can you mark off a point of exhaustion, please?
No worries. Even with cold resistance, that applies it, yeah?
22.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. One sec, just mark it.
It's not necessarily a cold attack, it is literally sitting in a damp cart in the middle of a swamp as you're in the middle of winter. It's more so you're just sitting there, you're not active, you're not doing anything to fight it off, you're just sitting in the cold.
Doesn't Kouri have a torch or something?
I do, but I'm currently driving the cart. I mean, I could give the cart back to Lana, but she needs rest.
True enough. The only things I can drive are
With that, I would like to
Boats.
sort of just Lana to go to bed to bring someone else out. I'm going to drive the car for the night.
No, I'm literally just gonna lie down on his lap and sleep.
Hang on, we just walked away for 5 seconds and it's just got sexy.
With the moment of that, I kind of realised that the moment of like, well, you know, everyone needs to rest, and I'll kind of take the duty on myself to keep going forward.
And I'll
Astus, could
say,
you roll a Constitution
wake
saving
me up
throw for
if
me,
anything
please, mate?
happens.
Who?
You.
Oh, fuck off. Of course I can, boss.
And Kouri,
I
don't fall asleep again.
will resist falling asleep at all times.
14 for me.
Okay, you're fine. It's biting cold, but you managed to fight off the
Nibbles.
effects of the cold.
Is anyone affected by it?
I will say,
Yeah.
Jay, anytime I feel sleepy, I will stab myself.
I'm sorry, I have to run off and just. She's asleep.
Every time he stabs himself, I'm gonna move an inch away from him.
You're gonna be asleep, so you're not gonna know it's happening.
So who?
Okay.
So who is? Who can I see anyone who's affected by it?
You can see people shivering and dithering a little bit more than the rest, yeah.
Okay, so I can say, look, if anyone's feeling really bad, maybe tomorrow I can help you out a little bit. That's all.
Okay. So as you travel through the night,
Okay.
you come to a fork in the road. No one say pick it up because I'll punch you. But what we'll do at this fork in the road, we'll end it for tonight because it's 12 o'clock. So remember where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Can you all add 100 XP because there was no proper combat? But everyone add 100 XP onto your XP for me, please.
Oh shit! My goodness, I can't believe it. I'm level 17 now. It's amazing.
No, you're
It's
not.
funny that. It's magic.